Chapter 225. Since they came to the countryside, they naturally had to experience the unique market in the countryside. Going to the market was also called going to the market. The coastal area was called going to the void. The area in Dianzhou was called going to the street. And the area in Lingnan was called going to the business. The names were slightly different, but they all had the same meaning. Going to the market was also a unique product. The so-called going to the market meant that there was a fixed period of trade in remote places. When the time came, buyers and sellers would come from all over and gather at a certain place to buy and sell. There were not that many shopping malls and small stores in the countryside, so the government could only set a time. Then, everyone would gather at this time to exchange materials and buy biological products in the town. A place like Tongjiegu was not considered remote. It was adjacent to the 108 National Highway, but there was still only one small store. It could only sell small things like oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, snacks, and firecrackers. If the villagers wanted to buy clothes and farm tools, they either had to drive to the county or wait until the market. The town where Tongjiegu was located was called Siping Village. The market in Siping Village was on 3, 6, and 9. That meant that there would be a market on the 3rd, 13th, and 23rd of every month. There were a total of 9 times a month. It was not too many, but it was not too few either. If a driver often drove through the town, the most annoying situation was not to encounter livestock or children blocking the road, but to coincidentally encounter the market. Usually, there were not many people in the town, but on the day of the market, it would be particularly lively. There would be people coming and going. Not to mention driving, it would be difficult to squeeze through by walking. Therefore, whenever it was time to go to the market, there would always be a traffic jam in the town for half a day. February 26th. It was only 8:30 in the morning, but the family of 7 was happily waiting on the side of the road. It was as if they were waiting for a taxi. They chatted while waiting for the passenger van from the various towns and counties to pass by. The passenger van was also a product of the era. Now the slightly more developed areas had already banned the operation of the van. Therefore, the passenger van could only be seen in this kind of backward small county. This kind of van was also called the Chang'an car. Everyone felt that the Chang'an brand was the most practical, so it was called that. The Chang'an car was the most common minivan. It could carry 7 people. It was dyed green and yellow with a certificate in front of the window. It was considered an officially recognized operating vehicle. The biggest problem with the van was that it was overloaded. Because you never know how many people would come out of the van. It was normal for a 7-seater van to have 12 or 13 people in it. Chunxi's family didn't want to squeeze in, so they spent 200 yuan to rent a van and enjoyed the special treatment of a car. Siping Village was very lively now. When they were 1 or 2 kilometers away from the village, they could see countless villagers carrying bags of various sizes going back and forth on the 108 National Highway. The little fellow leaned on the sliding door and looked at the scenery outside the window with interest. Most of the villagers in the south lived in scattered places. They would only gather in the towns on the day of the market. The little fellow had lived in the countryside for a few days and was used to the sparse population in the countryside. She was not used to seeing so many people all of a sudden. Looking at the bustling atmosphere in the village, it was somewhat similar to a temple fair. There were a lot of people going to the market in the morning, so the driver had to stop 1 kilometer away from the village. If he went any further, he might not even be able to find a place to turn around. The driver was also a smart person. After Chunxi's family got out of the car, he asked for Xie Pinglin's phone number and prepared to earn another sum of money later. Smartphones were widely available now. As soon as the family of 7 walked into the village, they saw a huge Oppo store and a Vivo store next door. The 2 brothers were really inseparable wherever they went. Outside the 2 smartphone stores, a blacksmith was selling farming tools such as plowing, raking, plowing, sickles, hoes, and so on that he had made himself. This was a miniature version of the countryside in Huaxia. The market was spread out along the streets of the town, from the beginning of the village to the end of the village. There were stalls on both sides of the road. It was lively, and there were shouts and bargaining everywhere. However, most of the things sold here were necessities or livestock, feed, farming tools, and other things that were closely related to the lives of farmers. The little girl sat in Chun-Shi's arms. Standing high, she could see far, so she immediately saw a different sugar painting stall. Sugar painting was also a traditional craft among the people of Huaxia. It used brown sugar and white sugar to draw the 12 zodiac signs. You could spin it for 2 yuan. Whatever you spun, you could take it and make it on the spot. It was really delicious and fun. The little girl looked at it for a while, and could not take her eyes off it. Therefore, she sat in Chun-Shi's arms and twisted her small body as she shouted. Her luck was not bad. After 3 spins, she actually spun a dragon. The little thing was overjoyed on the spot and laughed at the top of her voice. Seeing the master make it on the spot and draw a dragon with his bare hands, the little thing's eyes were about to pop out. When the master was done with the sugar painting, she held the dragon in one hand and the rat in the other. The remaining dog was fed to Chun-Shi. Aunt Zhang watched with a smile on her face. Ever since the little thing was accompanied by her parents, even the smile on her face was more than before. Just as the family surrounded the sugar painting stall and praised the sugar painting master's skills with laughter, there was suddenly a commotion on the other side of the road. Looking at the sound of gongs, drums, and firecrackers, it seemed that someone was picking up the bride. When the little girl heard the commotion, she immediately shouted for Chun-Shi to pick her up to take a look. Sure enough, as the sound of gongs and drums got closer, a wedding procession appeared in the little girl's line of sight. The wedding procession's formation was impressive. In front, there were gongs and drums to clear the way, followed by a palanquin with 8 carriers. Along the way, the villagers all retreated to the sides of the road to make enough aisle for the wedding procession. The wedding procession forcibly crossed the entire Siping village just like that. Looking at the formation, it seemed a little too ostentatious. In fact, what the villagers really avoided was not the palanquin and the folk band, but the dozens of young people following behind the palanquin. These young people carried a few large loudspeakers and sang Zhongyu's for you loudly as they walked. It must be a special fate that allowed us to become a family along the way. The more you love her, the more she will return the favor. Find the possibility of happiness. Their voices were very loud, and in the end, they directly suppressed the bustle of the market. So much so that the transactions on the entire street temporarily stopped. Only the singing of For You could be heard, as if they were singing the national anthem. The villagers all moved to the sides of the street and silently watched them pass by. The little girl had never seen such a formation before. She immediately sat in Chun-Shi's arms and exclaimed, "Wow!" Chapter 226. Gongs and drums cleared the way, and firecrackers sounded. Behind the 8 sedan chairs, there were dozens of people singing For You. Marriage was always a joyous occasion, but the attitude of this group of troublesome youngsters was not very good. They clearly chose to get married on the day of the market, which affected the normal trade of the villagers, but as long as these young people saw someone blocking the sedan chair, they would immediately rush over and yell at the other person to get out of the way. It seemed that in their dictionary, there was no such thing as communication and discussion. An old man probably had bad hearing, but he still stood on the side of the road with a backpack on his back, thinking about what he should buy back. When the young people saw this, they immediately went forward and dragged the old man to the side. It had to be said that these young people were indeed young people. Fortunately, they met an easygoing old man today. Otherwise, if the old man directly fell to the ground, they would not be able to afford it even if they sold them by the weight. As the wedding procession continued to go deeper, more and more people came to the market. In the end, the sedan chair and the folk band could no longer maintain the original speed. Seeing this, the group of young people carried the sound system to the front, and then let them open the way. Like the heavy cavalry of the Middle Ages, the young people carried the sound system, with the momentum of a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, and forcibly tore open a passage in the lively market. "Get out of the way, we brothers are getting married. Don't block the way." Brothers, Chuanyu dialect, means big brother. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Ha ha ha, if you don't get out of the way, do you believe that I won't smash your stall? Get out of the way. Their aggressive posture was quite a bit of the temperament of a local hooligan and street gangster. Those who did not know would think that this street was built by them. Seeing this group of tyrannical young people like the god of plague, the villagers in the market all retreated to the sides of the street, making a spacious passage for them. For a moment, the market that was very lively just now was now only the sound of the sound system and gongs and drums that were still echoing. Seeing this, Chunxi and his family also retreated to the side of the road and quietly waited for the wedding procession to come from the town. The little fellow did not find the atmosphere strange because she was very interested in the palanquin. Thus, she stretched her neck like a giraffe and stared at the palanquin. This group of young people probably thought that they were soldiers. Escorting the bride was like winning a battle. When they saw that no one dared to stand in front of the group, they proudly sang for you. In fact, most of these young people were locals. Among the commoners who came to the market, there might be their relatives and elders. However, these youngsters had always lacked discipline. They were used to being unbridled and had no respect for their elders. When they were angered, they could even beat their parents. Naturally, no one dared to stand out and say a few words to them. After all, the children in the countryside lost at the starting line. While the parents of the children in the city were considering which school to choose for their children and which specialty classes to attend, the children in the countryside were still catching grasshoppers in the vast wheat fields, digging for eels, and going to the mountains to catch birds and steal melons. Most of the people in the countryside did not have much education. Junior high school education was already very good. Although the 9-year compulsory education had been popularized, many parents in the countryside still did not have a full understanding of the importance of education. If the child did not want to study, they would find a way for the child. And the so-called way was actually not a good way. Those with better conditions could go to the army, and those with worse conditions could go out to work, either in construction sites, restaurants, hair salons, or car repair shops. In short, wherever people were needed, they would be there. The salary was not high. It was enough to get enough food and clothing in the big city. Of course, there were also many children in the countryside who made a name for themselves. If they were smart, diligent, and sensible, they might find their own way after 3 to 5 years and start their own business. In the end, they might even be more successful than many highly educated people in the city. But such people were always in the minority. Gold would always shine, but the most common thing in the gold beach was still the inconspicuous gravel. Those who could go out to work were already very diligent and sensible. There were also some rural children who, because of the lack of discipline, were lazy all day long. In the end, they became slackers who did nothing all day long, just like the group of young people in front of them. They were the so-called ruffians in the countryside. There was no lack of ruffians anywhere, even in remote places. In the past, the ruffians in the countryside did not see much of the world, so most of them only knew how to make a fuss. It was not until Young and Dangerous was released that they were truly taught how to be a proper ruffian. The Young and Dangerous series of movies had a far greater impact on rural children than ordinary people could imagine. Even if the series had been released for more than 10 or 20 years, it still distorted the values of many young people. At its peak, the 3 words Chunhaonan were second only to QQ. It also made chasing girls, one-on-one, and slashing people the 3 most popular things among young people. Unruly people came from barren lands. A few years ago, other than the popularity of Young and Dangerous, there was also a coal mining boom. Many coal bosses came from the surrounding villages. The coal bosses were rich and powerful, so they quickly recruited them and turned them into their own thugs. Therefore, these young people followed behind their so-called brothers all day long to make a living. When the brothers were free, they would give them some money for cigarettes, and they would give their lives to others. This was the loyalty they learned from the movies. Today was the big day when the brothers were getting married. As brothers, of course, they would come to help the brothers. Tie up, in Sichuan and Chongqing dialect, meant to support the wedding. Dozens of hooligans were aggressively walking on the street. How could the honest villagers dare to bear the brunt of the attack? In desperation, everyone had to stop trading and obediently retreat to the sides of the street. Then, they anxiously hoped that this group of plague gods would leave quickly. It was obviously a joyous occasion, but now it was like they were sending off the plague gods. However, the young people did not feel the slightest bit of awareness. Instead, they were extremely proud. The few who walked at the front were like straight crabs with their heads held high. They were just short of using their nostrils to look at the road. The wedding procession was very fast. It did not take long for them to cross the entire Siping village and then walk past Chunxi's family. The little girl looked at the palanquin that was getting closer and closer. She could not help but mutter with anticipation. "Papa, I also want to sit in the palanquin." Hearing this, Chunxi pinched her little face and asked with a smile, "Well, in the future, you will sit in the palanquin. Papa will carry the palanquin for you, okay?" "Okay. Papa will carry the palanquin in front. Mama will carry the palanquin in the back. I will sit inside." After hearing Chunxi's words, the little girl immediately pointed at the palanquin bearers and giggled. This little thing has even arranged the mission. However, just as the father and daughter were laughing and chatting, a few young people in the wedding procession turned to look at them. They first glanced at the little girl, then looked at Chunxi. Finally, their eyes fell on Qin Ruoying. It had to be said that Chunxi's family's appearance was really outstanding. Their style was completely different from the local people. Especially in such a small and remote place like this, women of Qin Ruoying's level were as rare as pandas. It was estimated that these young people would not see such a beautiful woman in their lifetime. Therefore, just like the chairman's military parade, all the young people who passed by Chunxi's family could not help but look at Qin Ruoying a few more times. That figure, that face, that temperament, it was really amazing. Then one of the young people could not help but whistle at Qin Ruoying. Chapter 227. The behavior of whistling was first recorded in the Book of Songs. But at that time, whistling was a pure art. It was something that the upper class would play with. But today, the behavior of whistling was given a new meaning by people. Especially when a man whistled at a woman, this behavior was completely frivolous and obscene. There was even a special word for this behavior in English called catcalling. Pinyin reading. Look at the special expansion ling. Cat refers to a cat, and calling refers to shouting, calling. Catcalling meant that when a man saw a strange woman in a public place, he would whistle at the woman or shout words like, "Your breasts are so big, your butt is so perky," to attract the woman's attention. Whistling at beautiful women. This behavior not only appeared in Huaxia, but also in the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, India, and other countries. It could be said that it was a common hobby of men all over the world. However, when a man whistled at a woman and praised a woman's body or appearance, he didn't really want to date the woman. He just wanted to have the right to dominate her. Catcalling, that is a man declaring sovereignty over a woman's body. It was to constantly remind a woman that satisfying a man's desire was the first priority as a woman. This was actually a form of gender discrimination, and also a disguised form of sexual harassment. Therefore, since January 1, 2018, the Netherlands began to punish catcalling. If someone whistled at the opposite sex to harass someone, once caught, they could be fined up to €200. Chunxi was a strange person. As long as his bottom line was not crossed, then he was a very easy to get along with a good family man. It could be said that he was a good cook. When he was in a good mood, Chunxi could even chat with the aunties selling vegetables on the street for a whole day. After all, he was a qualified house husband. There were not many things in this world that were worthy of his attention. What he cared about was every family member around him, especially Nian and Ying. Now there was actually someone who dared to whistle at Qin Ruoying with a frivolous smile and an undisguised lecherous gaze right in front of him. This was completely flirting with a man's wife in front of him. If Chunxi could even endure this, then why would he cultivate as a hammer immortal? He could just find a sewer that extended in all directions and hide in it as a ninja turtle. Therefore, the moment the whistle sounded, Chunxi had already disappeared with the little fellow in his arms. His movements were very fast. Before the little fellow in his arms could react, Chunxi had already appeared in front of the young man. Then he raised his right hand and slapped the young man's face. Slap. This slap was so powerful that it sent the young man spinning like a top on the spot. After spinning a few times, he fell heavily to the ground. The turn of events was too sudden, so much so that the people around were stunned for a while before they finally regained their senses. They hurriedly squatted beside the young man and used a lot of effort to pull him up from the ground. "Spring Baby? Is there no problem?" The young man who was known as Spring Baby had suffered a heavy slap in the face. Although Chun-Shi had already shown mercy, he still made his head faint for a short while. After lying on the ground to recover for a while, he finally covered his head and stood up with the help of his companions. Spring Baby looked to be in his early 20s. He was not tall and was almost half a head shorter than Chun-Shi. He looked thin and thin. In Chuanyu dialect, he was as thin as a chicken. However, although this chicken's physical fitness was not very good, his temper was very irritable. After he stood up shakily, a trace of viciousness flashed across Spring Baby's face. Then he roared at Chun-Shi and said, F***CKU. B****. How dare you hit me? After saying that, Spring Baby carried an aura like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. He glared and clenched his fists, charging directly toward Chun-Shi. The young man was arrogant and thought that he could defeat anyone with a fierce force. But to be honest, with their bodies that had long been exhausted by cigarettes and alcohol, not to mention that the person standing opposite was Chun-Shi, even a middle-aged uncle who had been farming all year round on the street could probably defeat him with one hand. Therefore, when Spring Baby rushed toward Chun-Shi, he was instantly kicked back by Chun-Shi. Spring Baby was also lucky because today's occasion was different. Aunt Zhang and the little girl were watching from the side, so Chun-Shi was very gentle. With one kick, other than sending Spring Baby flying, Chun-Shi did not break several of Zhao Yuan's ribs like the last time he kicked Zhao Yuan. Chun-Shi showed mercy, but Spring Baby did not have the slightest awareness in this regard. After being supported by his companions behind him, he spat on the ground fiercely, and then took out a butterfly knife from his trouser pocket. As the saying goes, the unreasonable are afraid of the reckless, and the reckless are afraid of the reckless. This kind of hooligan in his early 20s happened to be in the final stage of his Chunibyu syndrome. For young people like them who had wine today, they would drink today and worry about tomorrow. The two words fear and regret never existed in their dictionaries. As long as their temper flared up, they could really do anything. Perhaps when they calmed down afterward, they would also feel afraid, but at the moment of the incident, there was definitely only one word in their minds: just do it. Moreover, this was his territory, and there were dozens of brothers standing behind him. If he admitted defeat now, how could he survive in the underworld in the future? Since he could not win with his fists and feet, Spring Baby naturally had to show his knife. Get out of the way. I'm going to kill him today. No one stopped him, and a few of his quick-witted companions even quietly took a few steps to the side. All of this happened very suddenly. When Aunt Zhang finally came back to her senses and wanted to stop it, Spring Baby had already taken the butterfly knife and slashed towards Chun-Shi. Chun-Shi did not want the little girl to see the cruel side of the adult world. So he used his left hand to support the little girl's, but, while his right hand gently pressed the back of the little girl's head, making her obediently lie on his shoulder and not turn her head. The little girl blinked her eyes, somewhat unable to understand what was going on with her father. However, she was very obedient. After hearing Chun-Shi's instructions, she wrapped her arms around Chun-Shi's neck, and then obediently rested her chin on Chun-Shi's shoulder. Then the little girl heard a strange sound. First there was a crisp caw sound, then the clang-clang sound of a knife falling to the ground, and finally Spring Baby's earth-shattering scream. Chapter 228. If there's wine today, let's drink in the morning. If there's worry tomorrow, let's worry tomorrow. Other than being poor, a hooligan like Chunhua had never encountered any setbacks. No one dared to scold him at home. Outside, they were all his brothers, so naturally no one dared to provoke him. This was not the first time Chunhua had flashed her knife in a fight. In the past, as long as he flashed his knife, even opponents with the physique of fitness trainers would be frightened by Spring Baby. Then, they could only hold their heads and take a beating from him. After all, Huaxia's laws were indeed a little strange. There was a fine line between normal self-defense and excessive self-defense. No one knew how it would be judged except for the judge. For a scum like Chunhua, who only cared about his life, if he injured someone, he would at most go to the police station for 3 to 5 years. Anyway, he would be a bachelor, and when he came out, he would be a hero again. Moreover, because they had slashed people and gone to jail, they would become even more famous in the pugilistic world. Their social status would also rise exponentially. If he was lucky, he might be noticed by a leader and supported by him. Maybe he would immediately become a big boss who subcontracted a project. Speaking of which, this was a good thing. However, if someone hit him too hard and accidentally hurt him, in addition to having to pay compensation, he might have to go to the police station and leave a stain on his record, which would affect his future career. A normal person would never do something like this, where the loss outweighed the gain in a moment of anger. That was why the ancestor often said, "Bear with it for a while and calm the waves. Take a step back and you'll see the world." That was probably what he meant. Chunhwa was used to being tyrannical. Although his physical fitness was not good, he was ruthless and would pull out a knife at the slightest provocation. Therefore, he was somewhat famous in Xing County. Generally, no one dared to provoke him. Unfortunately, Chunhwa met Qinshi today. Therefore, when he took out his knife and slashed at Qinshi aggressively, Qinshi immediately grabbed his wrist with one hand, then pulled, twisted and pushed him. Chunhwa's right arm was dislocated by Qinshi on the spot. A dislocated shoulder joint was actually quite scary. It looked as if a large piece of the shoulder was suddenly missing. The entire arm seemed to have no bones, and it was only hanging on the shoulder by the pull of the muscles. Springchild looked at his empty shoulder and was immediately frightened. He clutched his arm and let out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered on the spot. This group of hooligans didn't even read many books. Of course, they didn't know how to deal with a dislocated arm. They thought that Chunhwa's arm had been broken by Qinshi. A few of the more upright brothers saw this and immediately let out a roar. F*CKU. Attack together. Hack him to death. The street was in chaos, and the bridal procession had already stopped. Dozens of young people blocked Qin's family in front of the sugar painting stall. The sugar painter was so scared that he had already run into a shop on the street. 7 or 8 youngsters surrounded Qinshi, making a ruckus. Just now they thought that Chunhwa could handle it, so they didn't make a move. Now that they saw Chunhwa being defeated, they naturally wouldn't stand by and watch. Seeing this, Qinshi gently squeezed Qin Ruoying's palm, and then took a few steps forward. Qin Ruoying naturally knew what Qinshi meant. However, after thinking for a moment, she did not say anything. Instead, she came to Aunt Zhang's side and comforted her in a low voice. Aunt Zhang was already frightened by the scene in front of her. This was the first time she saw Qinshi fight with someone. Moreover, the people in front of her were not good people, so Aunt Zhang immediately shouted at Xie Pinglin nervously, "Pinglin, call the police quickly." After saying that, she turned her head and shouted at Qinshi, "Qinshi, what are you doing? Come here quickly, we'll wait for the police to come." As she said that, Aunt Zhang wanted to pull Qinshi back. However, she had just taken a step when she was stopped by Qin Ruoying in time. Looking at the agitated look on her grandmother's face, the little girl lying on Qinshi's shoulder was really confused about the situation. When Chunhwa screamed earlier, Qinshi used his vital essence to block her ears in time, so she did not hear the movements around her at all. The little girl wanted to turn around to take a look, but Qinshi gently pressed the back of her head, not letting her turn her head. Therefore, the little girl immediately pouted unhappily. She twisted her small body and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Put me down. I want to go to mommy." The scene was chaotic. Qinshi's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. There were at least 1,000 people on this street for the market today. Moreover, Nian and Aunt Zhang were also watching by the side, so he had been merciful. If the tiger did not show its might, these bastards would really think that he was a sick cat? Just as Qinshi was about to fly into a rage, a roar suddenly came from the loudspeaker. "Xianum, today is Laozi's wedding, you bastards want claws." The volume of the loudspeaker was already very loud, so when the roar came out, the entire street immediately became silent. When the youths heard this voice, they were immediately stunned on the spot. After looking at each other, they decisively turned around and returned to the crowd. Then, a man who looked to be about 30 or 40 years old walked out of the palanquin. When he pulled up the curtain, he could vaguely see that there was a woman in a wedding robe in the palanquin, tidying up her clothes. The man adjusted his belt as he strode in the direction of Chunhwa. When he saw Chunhwa's dislocated arm, the man did not even say a word of concern, and directly kicked her. Then he shouted at the person next to Chunhua. Why are you standing here with your claws? Hurry up and take her to the hospital. Chunhua was in so much pain that she was drenched in cold sweat. After being kicked, she pursed her lips and did not even dare to make a sound. She lowered her head and walked toward the village clinic with the help of her companions. After Chunhua left, the man turned around and came in front of Chen Shi's family. This person was estimated to be less than 40 years old, but he had a domineering aura. When he stood there, he naturally gave off a feeling of power without being angry. Ever since he appeared, the streets had become completely silent. It could be seen that this person's aura was so strong that it was not something that ordinary people could reach. Compared to him, Chen Shi seemed a little too ordinary. When the man came in front of Chen Shi's family, the young people behind him immediately surrounded Chen Shi's family in an umbrella shape. Looking at their posture, it seemed that as long as the old man gave the order, they would immediately rush up and beat Chen Shi up. The young people showed an eager look, but after the man took a deep look at Chen Shi, he turned around and returned to the palanquin. Motherf **Ker, the guests are about to arrive, and you guys are still here causing trouble for me. Hurry up and leave. The man ordered, and the bridal escort team set off again. With their departure, the market also returned to its previous bustle. It was as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Aunt Zhang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then she came to Chen Shi's side and began to blame him for being insensible. He actually fought with people on the street. Just when Aunt Zhang was complaining, the owner of the sugar painting stall said to them carefully, "Are you from out of town? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't waste any more time here. Hurry back. Asterisk 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 digression. The prototype of this story is a relative of mine. He didn't even graduate from primary school. In 2010, he was a scum of society who couldn't even pay back 8,000 yuan. He went to prison for 3 years, but he was chosen by the boss of the construction bureau. In 3 years, he turned from negative assets to a millionaire. When he was building the Yashi Expressway, he rented a sand mine. Now he is a big boss with tens of millions of assets. Why? He is a village boy with no background. The big boss is not related to him. Why did he choose him? If you don't know something, it can only mean that you are not experienced enough, so don't come out to show ignorance, okay? Also, the countryside I wrote is different from the countryside, you know. Then I want to ask. The country is divided into north and south, mountainous and coastal areas, 23 provinces, 2 special administrative regions, 5 autonomous regions, for municipalities directly under the central government, 282 prefecture-level cities, 374 county-level cities, and countless towns, streets, and communities. How many have you been to? Can you represent the country? Chapter 229. On the bustling Siping Street, a strange atmosphere faintly pervaded the air. The fight just now did not last long, but it caused quite a stir. The wedding procession had already left, but the surrounding villagers were still pointing at Chen Shi's family and gossiping. The sugar painting stall's boss was an honest person. Seeing that they were outsiders who did not understand the situation, he cautiously advised them to leave quickly and not stay here any longer. Aunt Zhang was already so old, but she could not withstand such a scare, so she frowned on the spot. The sugar painting stall's boss's serious expression did not seem like he was joking with them. This also made Aunt Zhang realize the seriousness of the problem, so after thinking for a while, she called everyone to prepare to go home. However, when the little fellow heard that Aunt Zhang wanted to go home, she immediately pulled Qin Ruoying's hand, raised her little head and shouted loudly, "I haven't played here yet. I'll go home after playing." Seeing this, Chen Shi could only helplessly shake his head, then squatted down and used a negotiating tone to say to the little fellow, "Nian Nian, you see, there's nothing fun here, let's go back. Daddy will bring you up the mountain to catch some birds later, okay?" Hearing this, the little fellow pouted her little mouth and muttered in dissatisfaction, "No, it's fun here. Let's play here." As she said that, she wanted to break free from Qin Ruoying's hand, and was prepared to walk on the streets by herself, but she was stopped by Qin Ruoying in time. This little fellow liked to be lively. When she went to the market, people came and went, and there were many stalls and shops. Now that she was here, she did not even finish walking around the street, so of course she would be unhappy. Children love to play, so naturally, she did not know what her grandmother was worried about. The husband and wife looked at each other, their expressions somewhat helpless. After all, Aunt Zhang was just an ordinary person. After seeing that they had a conflict with the hooligans, she naturally wanted to avoid them. In order to not let Aunt Zhang worry, the husband and wife could only let the little fellow suffer. Therefore, Chun-Shi ignored the little one's wishes and carried her in the direction they came from. The little girl was stunned for a moment. Then, she realized that her father was going to take her away by force. So she leaned on Chun-Shi's shoulder and twisted her body with all her strength. Then she shouted for Chun-Shi to put her down. The little fellow howled and twisted for a while, but Chun-Shi turned a deaf ear to it. Seeing this, she could only pout her mouth and burst into tears. Looking at her tear-stained face, it would take a long time to appease her this time. Chun-Shi and his family left. While they were leaving, in Siping Hospital, Chunwawa was trembling all over as he waited for the doctor to treat him. After a dislocated shoulder occurred, the muscles around the shoulder joint would be in a state of shock for a short period of time, so it would not be very painful when it happened. But once the shock period passed, the muscles around the arm would be in a state of spasm, causing the pain to worsen and making it very difficult to reset. Chunwawa had now passed the shock period, and that kind of piercing pain was really unbearable for him. The doctor had just touched his arm, and Chunwawa was already in so much pain that he cried out. Villagers often suffered dislocations when they were doing heavy work, so the doctors in the town hospital were very good at treating dislocations. The doctor first pretended to massage Chunwawa's arm as if nothing had happened. Then, while he was crying out, the doctor suddenly grabbed his arm and twisted it skillfully. After a crisp click, the doctor reconnected Chunwawa's arm. Although the shoulder joint was reset, the sudden sharp pain made Chunwawa roll his eyes. It was so painful that he didn't even have the strength to cry out. "Okay, you rest first. I'll give you a splint later. Don't move around for half a month. Otherwise, it is very likely to cause ossifying myositis, and it will become a habitual dislocation in the future." After the doctor gave a few instructions, Chunwa lay on the chair and moaned weakly. At this moment, a young man suddenly rushed in from outside the door and shouted at Chunwa. "Third brother, that kid is running away. What should we do?" Hearing this, Springchild suddenly jumped up from the chair with strength that came from nowhere. Then he straightened his neck and roared angrily, "Run my ass! Chase!" If he couldn't catch up, he would record the license plate number. "I will definitely hack him to death." After that, he clutched his shoulder and cried out in pain. Because of this sudden interlude, Chun-Shi and his family could only return resentfully. The little girl cried for a long time before she finally stopped crying under Auntie Zhang's comfort. Then, she pressed her little face against the window and sulked. No matter who spoke to her, she didn't want to respond. While Lil Thing was sulking, Chun-Shi was also very depressed. He didn't expect that his wife would be taken advantage of when he went out shopping. He even scared Auntie Zhang and made the child cry. Everything was going wrong. These bastards thought of him as Gao Yanai, but he wasn't Lin Chong. If Auntie Zhang wasn't beside him today, he would have seen what these bastards would dare to do. The atmosphere in the car was very gloomy. No one spoke. Auntie Zhang still felt that Chun-Shi's way of handling things today was wrong. Those hooligans only whistled at Qin Ruoying, but Chun-Shi's reaction was so intense. He went up and slapped them. Of course they had to fight. So after thinking for a while, Auntie Zhang couldn't help but scold Chun-Shi. Hearing this, Chun-Shi could only nod with a bitter face, but he didn't think so at all. Just now he was standing by the side, but these bastards still whistled at Qin Ruoying. What if he wasn't there at that time? What if these scumbags were drinking at that time, or saw such a beautiful woman in a remote place? Could it be that they had to swallow their teeth after being taken advantage of? Why? Although it was a small matter, it involved a matter of principle, so Chun-Shi couldn't bear it at all. Auntie Zhang wasn't a naggy person. After saying a few more words, she sighed deeply and put this matter aside for the time being. Then, she asked the van driver about the situation. The van driver went back and forth between various towns all year round, so he was naturally clear about the surrounding matters. When he heard about the wedding procession made up of dozens of young people, he immediately smiled and said, "Haven't you heard of the name Li Diaming? He loves to do these kinds of things. Today is his wedding, so he must make it more lively." Li Diaming, the man who came out of the palanquin, was the village tyrant in this area, according to the current popular vocabulary. His father was the former high-ranking official of the Siping village party, but he had retired now. Although the village was poor, village bullies were not to be underestimated. A qualified village bully's wealth was no less than the boss of some large enterprises. There were many kinds of village bullies. Because of the country's punishment, the village bullies basically wouldn't use violence to run rampant in the village and prey on the people. They would use other places instead. For example, the village bully who openly embezzled the country's subsidies during the Wenchuan earthquake. This kind of person was the most retarded and deserved to be shot. Those who were slightly smarter would use the method of using agents to contract the forest and mineral resources in the village at a low price. The contract period would be 60 to 70 years, and it would be passed down from generation to generation. More advanced ones, such as the villages near the city, would even involve demolition. Many village bullies were the bosses of real estate companies, and the so-called employees were actually their hired thugs. Li Diaming belonged to the most intelligent type of village bully. Chapter 230. Li Diaming was not a bad person, at least much better than his father. These words were said by the people in the surrounding villages. Although Li Diaming's mouth was full of vulgarities, he was not reckless at all when he did things. Instead, he was very shrewd. His father, Li Aimin, was the previous generation's village tyrant. All day long he was thinking about how to exploit the villagers and squeeze the people's wealth. His table manners were also very ugly, so the villagers were full of complaints and suffered unspeakably. Li Diaming grew up in Siping. He used to be a gangster that everyone disliked. But ever since he graduated from high school and was sent to the army, Li Diaming seemed to have changed into a different person. First, he contracted a gravel yard with his father's help. Then he started to dabble in forestry, coal mining, and other businesses. Li Diaming had an advantage, which was that he was not like Apiccio that only entered and did not leave. There was a surplus of labor in the rural areas, and many farmers who could not find a job had become idlers. Therefore, Li Diaming gathered all of these people together. He either led them to start businesses and become rich, or he simply let them work for him. Even if they did not do anything, Li Diaming would still pay them on time, and not deduct a single cent. Since everyone had accepted Li Diaming's kindness, they naturally wouldn't speak ill of the Li family anymore. After all, a big business like a mine was not something that ordinary people could come into contact with. They did not understand the twists and turns of it. Anyway, as long as the Li family did not monopolize the profits, everyone's opinions would not be so big. At most, they would be jealous, but they would not complain all day long like before. Li Diaming was doing well in the surrounding villages, and he never hid the fact that he was rich. This was because the first Lamborghini in Rain City was his. Now that the internet was so developed, everyone knew about Lamborghini, but not many people knew the specific model. In fact, the cheapest Lamborghini Hurricane cost more than 3 million, and Li Diaming's Aventador cost more than 8 million. The roads in the countryside were very bad, and this luxury car that cost nearly 10 million could only be parked in the county as a decoration. In the words of the people, it was a table, a symbol of status. Li Diaming was very ostentatious, but he would stay in Siping for at least 300 days a year. No matter how rich he was now, he would never separate himself from the masses. He had truly achieved the goal of coming from the grassroots and going back to the grassroots. Why were there so many young people in the bridal procession joining in the fun? Wasn't it because everyone knew that following Li Diaming would be beneficial? Times have changed. Even the hooligans have become cultured. Naturally, the village tyrants have to adapt to the times so that they won't be eliminated. They have to hide in this good place with green mountains and clear waters to reproduce and survive. After listening to the driver's introduction, Aunt Zhang immediately had the most direct understanding of Li Diaming's social status. Therefore, the moment she returned to Tongjiago, she discussed with Chun Shi that they would return to Chengdu the next morning. Anyway, she didn't have any relatives here. At worst, she wouldn't come back in the future. These hooligans couldn't be beaten or scolded. Once they stuck to her, she couldn't get rid of them. Naturally, Aunt Zhang didn't want to be too entangled with them. Seeing this, Chunshi couldn't say anything more, and could only nod his head continuously. This trip was really depressing. On the other side, after the little fellow returned to the old house, she climbed onto the bed alone and sulked. Chunshi wanted to coax her, but the little fellow angrily pushed him away. Children of 4 or 5 years old already had a clear self-awareness. Chunshi's behavior today really angered her, so the little fellow was so angry at her father for the first time. His daughter was angry, so he naturally had to coax her. Therefore, Chunshi went outside to catch a sparrow, and quietly put it on the little fellow's pillow. This sparrow was bound by Chunshi's jinchi, so it could only jump around on the pillow and constantly chirp. The little fellow was lying on the bed and panting. When she heard the sound of the sparrow close by, she couldn't help but raise her head from the quilt, and then couldn't move her eyes anymore. After all, birds were a great attraction to children. The little fellow sat up at once and carefully stretched out her hands. After finding that the bird couldn't fly, she decisively reached out and held the bird in her hands. "Papa, I caught it. Look, bird." After the little fellow caught the sparrow, she immediately laughed proudly. Seeing that Chunshi was still next to her, she even held up the sparrow to show off to Chunshi. As for the previous unhappiness, obviously, she had completely forgotten about it. The sparrow tactic worked. Chunshi immediately went over and praised Nian Nian for being so amazing. The little fellow really thought that the sparrow was caught by her, so she was also very happy. The father and daughter gathered together to study this pitiful little sparrow. After a while, they were reconciled as before. Thus, they discussed catching another sparrow to make a pair, and bring it back to Shangjing to raise it properly. Just as the father and daughter were sticking together to show their love, 3 vans suddenly stopped at the entrance of the village. Then many young people came out of the car. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but a villain takes revenge from morning to night. Chunwar was obviously a standard villain. He was still wearing a plaster cast, but he couldn't wait to bring his brothers to take revenge. Although Li Diaming didn't say anything in the morning, it didn't mean that he would pretend that this didn't happen. If he didn't even fart when his subordinate's arm was broken, how could he stay in this village in the future? Therefore, when Chunwar proposed revenge, Li Diaming only said one sentence: "Don't kill anyone." The implication was that as long as he didn't kill anyone, it wouldn't be a problem to injure or cripple them. Chunwar brought more than 30 people this time. They were all Li Diaming's subordinates. They were also the elite backbone when they fought with the mine boss at Cheongshui. These people were aggressive. As soon as they got out of the car, they swarmed toward Aunt Zhang's old house. Just as the villagers of Tong Family Ravine poked their heads out and wanted to see the situation, they were viciously pointed back at by Chunwar with a knife. "What are you looking at? Get lost. The director of Siping Police Station is my second uncle. If anyone dares to call the police, I'll hack them to death later." Seeing this, the villagers immediately retracted their heads and hid behind the door, not daring to show their heads again. Just as Chunwar and his group walked toward the old house aggressively, Chunshi, who was accompanying the little guy in the room, also frowned deeply. To be honest, Chunshi also felt that he was very degrading to have a conflict with these local ruffians. But there was no other way. Since things had already come to this, he could only cut the Gordian knot, and not let Aunt Zhang worry anymore. Therefore, Chunshi took out his mobile phone and called his sister-in-law, then walked out of the old house. After casually setting up a soundproof restriction to surround the old house, he stood alone on the path leading to the valley and quietly looked at the group of sloppy young people in front of him. Seeing them in groups of 3 to 5, holding daggers and clubs with fierce expressions, Chunshi couldn't help but feel emotional. Chapter 231. Police officers and civil servants at the grassroots level were actually very tired. Take Siping Village for example. It had a total area of more than 100 square kilometers, a permanent population of 5,000 people, and a total of 1,600 households. There were only 12 police officers and auxiliary police officers in the village police station. These 12 people were responsible for more than 100 square kilometers of territory. Every day, in addition to maintaining law and order in the area, they also had to handle daily business. They had to run more than 10 kilometers for a trivial matter. The grassroots police force was seriously insufficient, so there was a new organization, the Public Security Alliance Defense Team. In modern terms, it was the support staff. When the Siping Public Security Alliance Defense Team was officially established, the leaders of the County Public Security Bureau, township secretaries, village secretaries, villagers' representatives, and enterprise representatives all attended. 70 to 80 people attended the defense team's signing ceremony, but there were only 10 people in the defense team. They were mainly composed of young people who did not go out to work. Young people who did not go out to work sounded good, but in fact, it referred to young people like Chunhwa who were idle all day and unwilling to go out to work. Now, more than half of the members of the defense team stood in front of Chunshi. Because this was a private matter, no one wore uniforms, but they still took out the batons issued by the police station. This thing was easy to use. It was of military quality. Because the first section was thinner, the pressure generated under the same pressure would be higher. In addition, the baton itself was made of steel, so its lethality was much higher than ordinary batons. Basically, one hit from the baton could split a person's skin and flesh. For specific details, you can refer to Kill Break Wolf 1, Zhen Zidong vs. Wu Jing. The villagers needed the defense team to intervene when they fought, but what if the defense team wanted to fight? Then, only the police station could intervene. However, Chunhwa had already called the police station before they set off, and the director gave them 5 minutes. In other words, the Siping police station would only send police 5 minutes after receiving the call. It would take about 7 or 8 minutes to run from Siping to Tongjia Ditch. In addition, the villagers could not call the police immediately, so Chunhwa had about 15 minutes to do something. For 15 minutes, there was no one to respond to his cries for help. Chunhwa had a plaster cast in his right hand, and a machete in his left hand. Like a leader, he led more than 30 people in large strides toward Aunt Zhang's old house. As the saying went, a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its old haunts. This was because in 1999, such a vicious incident had happened in Chu County. A major and battalion commander of the troops stationed at the port was accompanying his pregnant wife back to her hometown, Xuxian, to recuperate. Unexpectedly, they got into a quarrel at the train station and ended up fighting. That person wasn't a match for the battalion commander. After the battalion commander let him go, he called over 30 people to come back for revenge and severely injured the battalion commander on the spot. Originally, this matter could still be salvaged. However, after the camp commandant was sent to the hospital, these hooligans did not allow the doctors to save him. As a result, the treatment was delayed and the camp commandant died from excessive blood loss. This incident even alarmed the central government at that time. The Chengdu military district was transferred to the Yuezhou military district, and then to the troops stationed in the port. Finally, an investigation team was set up to clean up Chu County from beginning to end. Chunhwa did not know Chunxi's identity, but even if he knew, he would not care. He only knew one thing, and that was that Siping was his territory. No matter how powerful these outsiders were outside, as long as they were in his territory, even a dragon would have to submit to him. This was because he had the final say in this place. Chunhwa carried the machete and swaggered in front of Chunxi. He first sized up Chunxi from head to toe, then raised his nose and said to Chunxi with a playful smile, "Where's your wife? Call her out and have a few drinks with us, and I can pretend that this never happened. How about it? I'm letting you off easy." Hearing this, Chunxi looked at him expressionlessly and then said calmly, "You're still young and don't know anything, so I can give you a chance to turn over a new leaf." Chunhwa was stunned. He widened his eyes, then put on a very exaggerated expression and said loudly, "What did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly. Come, say it again." As he spoke, he hooked his machete at Chunxi, then tilted his head and looked like he was all ears. Seeing this, Chunxi smiled slightly and asked, "Hands and feet, which do you think is more important?" "Important, my ass. Son of a bitch." Being ignored like this, Chunhua was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He held the machete and directly slashed at Qinshi. Even though his right hand was still wrapped in plaster, his knife was still powerful and full of vigor. To be honest, Chunhua also felt a headache when he met such a hothead. He had already put on a show. As long as Qinshi admitted defeat and was humiliated by him, Chunhua would naturally return home. The hooligan was not brainless. If he really hurt someone, he would have to go to the police station for a few days. Thinking about it, this was not a good deal. Therefore, Spring Child had put on such a big show mainly to scare them. However, what Chunhua did not expect was that Qinshi did not fall for it at all. This made him a little embarrassed. Since Qinshi forced him to choose between his face and the police station, he could only choose the former. After all, he still had to survive in this world. If he did not even dare to slash people, how could he work for Li Diaming in the future? Slashing people was actually a very particular thing. One could not slash the aorta, head or neck. If one wanted to slash, one should slash the hands, feet, and back. Therefore, Chunhua's machete directly slashed at Qinshi's right arm. The scene of blood splattering everywhere did not appear because after the machete slashed at Qinshi's arm, it did not even cut his clothes. Chunhua stared at the strange scene in front of him and instinctively wanted to pull out the machete to slash again. However, at this moment, Qinshi's voice sounded again. I feel that the hands should be more important than the feet. After all, if you don't have the hands, your daily life will be very inconvenient. If you don't have the feet, you can still install artificial limbs and sit in a wheelchair. It won't affect your daily life too much. If that's the case, then I'll help you choose. I choose the feet. When Qinshi's voice fell, Chunhua had yet to come back to his senses. However, the machete in his hand had unknowingly landed in Qinshi's hand. Then, Qinshi took the machete and gently slashed at Chunhua's thigh. The blade drew a cold glint in the air, flashing between Spring Child's legs before disappearing completely. It was as if nothing had happened. Qinshi patted Chunhua's shoulder and then stuffed the machete back into his hand. At this moment, Chunhua was like a patient with Alzheimer's. He just stared blankly at Qinshi's movements. When he saw Qinshi hand the machete to him, he even foolishly took it. I'll give you a chance to be a new person, but you have to remember that you must be a good person in the future because good people will be rewarded. After saying that, Qinshi directly walked past Chunhua. Just as Qinshi walked toward the more than 30 young people behind him, Chunhua suddenly came back to his senses. Mother **Ker, I'm going to kill you. Chunhua twisted his body and raised the machete to slash at Qinshi's neck. However, because his movements were too fierce, he instantly lost his balance and fell to the ground. While he was falling, Chunhua was horrified to discover that both of his legs had been severed from the roots. Chapter 232. The machete was just an ordinary machete, but the person who used it was not an ordinary person. Qinshi poured his quintessential essence into the blade, instantly turning this ordinary machete into the legendary dragon-slaying saber that could cut through iron like mud. Because the speed of the attack was so fast, Spring Baby did not even feel anything after his legs were cut off. Chunhua turned around, wanting to slash at Qinshi again. However, due to the violent shaking, his wound burst open. He completely lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. The sudden sharp pain from his thigh made Spring Child howl in pain. Lying on the ground, he struggled to straighten his body and take a look. Only then did he realize that both of his legs had been chopped off, and blood was still spurting out from his thighs. Looking at his broken legs slowly falling to the ground, Spring Baby immediately felt a surge of warmth in his pants. When had he ever seen such a tragic scene? Furthermore, it happened to him. Therefore, this young man, who had been acting like he was the boss of the world, was actually so scared that he peed his pants. In fact, it would have been better if he hadn't seen it. When he saw that his leg had been cut off, Spring Baby was really angry, scared, and in pain, to the extent that the piercing pain caused him to faint on the spot. Seeing this, Qinshi was very considerate and stopped the bleeding for him. Since he had promised to give Chunhua a chance to turn over a new leaf, then Qinshi would not take his life. As for the broken leg, because the cut was complete, as long as it was treated in time, there was still a possibility of reattaching it. After all, Huaxia's limb replantation technique had always been world-class. However, even if it was connected, Spring Baby would not be able to jump around as lively as she was now. From the moment Spring Baby swung his knife at Chun-Shi to the moment Chun-Shi seized the knife and cut off Spring Baby's legs, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Spring Child spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. However, the group of youngsters he brought with him was frightened. A few of the more timid ones were so scared that they sat on the ground. After all, the local ruffians were not professional soldiers. Although they were usually noisy, when they really saw this kind of bloody scene, not many of them could keep their calm. Especially now that they were neither drunk nor intoxicated. They still had at least some rationality, so they felt incomparably scared. How was this a human? He was completely a god of death that appeared out of nowhere. He did not even say a few harsh words and directly cut off Spring Baby's legs. It had nothing to do with them in the first place. They were just friends. Could it be that they really had to take revenge for Spring Baby? What if the other party was blinded by rage and killed them? Therefore, at this moment, they ran as fast as they could. Therefore, a very funny scene suddenly appeared in the vast field. Chun-Shi slowly walked along the small road in the countryside. The 30 or so people holding the weapons were scared to the point of retreating. It was not until one of the ruffians who was scared out of his wits threw away the stick in his hand that the group of people felt as if they had been splashed with a bucket of cold water. They shivered and ran toward the 108 National Highway. Seeing this, Chun-Shi suddenly waved his arm, and a strong wind suddenly blew them all to the ground. Since he was here, he had to leave something for them. For example, a deep memory? When the Siping police station received the news and rushed to the scene, it was already 15 minutes later. The leader was the deputy director of the Siping police station, who was also Spring Baby's second uncle. Everything was going according to plan. Spring Baby first severely injured the person, then left 2 of his brothers to take the blame and let them arrest him. This way, he could give an explanation to the people and also let him get credit for nothing. The plan was perfect. However, when they arrived at Tong Family Ditch, they were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. More than 30 people were lying on the edge of the field and crying. The way he cried for his father and mother was truly heart-wrenching and tearful. On the mud path next to them, a man was sitting on a small bench and starting a fire to roast something. Spring Baby's second uncle was indeed an experienced man. When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately took out the gun at his waist. The Siping police station only had 2 pistols, one for the director and the deputy director. They could only wear them when they were on duty. This thing was usually just a decoration. No one thought that it would come in handy one day. Spring Baby's second uncle held the pistol and carefully walked toward the young man with 3 policemen. When they were close to the young man, the deputy director suddenly found Spring Baby lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. "Spring Baby, what happened to you?" The deputy director shouted at Spring Baby, but Spring Baby was lying on the ground motionless. After taking a closer look, he realized that Spring Baby's legs had been cut off, and the nearby soil was completely dyed red with blood. This was terrible. The matter was serious. Therefore, he immediately pointed his gun at the young man and shouted, "Hands on your head and squat down. Otherwise, I will shoot." The young man was pointed at by the black muzzle, but he acted as if he did not hear it at all. After slowly flipping the potatoes in the fire with a branch, he turned his head and looked at the mountain behind the deputy director. Then he smiled thoughtfully and said, "Don't worry, there is still 1 minute." The deputy director was old, and it was the first time he had encountered such a situation, so he could not help but feel a little nervous. After signaling the policeman beside him to go forward and take the young man down, he held the pistol and pointed it at the young man motionlessly, afraid that he would attack the police. 1 person taking down more than 30 people. It was scary just thinking about it. Just as the 3 policemen carefully approached the young man, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the mountain behind them. The deputy director looked back and saw 3 armed helicopters flying towards them at high speed. The deputy director of the village police station was also an official. He had seen big and small scenes, but it was the first time he saw armed helicopters so close to him, so he was stunned on the spot. Even armed helicopters were here. Was there a war? After the 3 armed helicopters flew over the field, they floated in the air one by one. Then the hatch opened and 3 gliding ropes were thrown out. Then, 3 teams of fully armed soldiers slid down the gliding ropes from the helicopters. As soon as they landed, the soldiers held their rifles and surrounded the 3 police officers who were dumbfounded. "Don't move. Put your hands on your head and squat down." The deputy director looked at the soldiers with his mouth agape. When he saw that they were pointing their guns at him, he immediately said nervously, "I am a policeman, I am on the same side." However, what he got in response was a standard military action. "Shut up. Put your hands on your head and squat down." Chun-Shi sat on a small bench and flipped the potatoes. After seeing this scene, he could not help but praise. The people from the local police station had just arrived, and the people from Rain City's military division had already arrived. It had to be said that Huaxia's military was really efficient. The straight-line distance between Rain City and Xing County was more than 80 kilometers. How long had it been since Rain City's military division received the news and sent a team over? It was indeed worthy of praise. After the 3 teams of soldiers descended from the sky and took control of the situation, one of the soldiers strode in front of Chun-Shi. After saluting Chun-Shi, the soldier said loudly, "Reporting to the chief, the enemy is under our control. Please give your orders." The deputy director hugged his head and squatted on the ground. The moment he heard this, he almost vomited blood. Chapter 233. The old house was very lively now. There were 7 adults and 2 children. Li Taidan and Xue Shuzhen were guests after all. So Aunt Zhang had been warmly telling them to eat more. However, this made the 2 northerners feel extremely awkward, and they were restless all the time. They had been in the army for a long time, so they were indeed not used to this unique taste of life. Therefore, after a quick dinner, the 2 of them ran to the courtyard as if they were escaping. Then, each of them guarded one side, standing there like javelins. The little girl held a spoon and glanced at their backs. Then she asked in confusion, "Daddy, Uncle's stomach is so big. Why does he eat less than me?" These childish words immediately amused everyone present and made them burst out laughing. The guards had their responsibilities. Iron Ball Li and Xue Shuzhen had a mission. They didn't come here for a vacation, so they didn't need Chun-Shi's instructions. They took the initiative to fulfill their responsibilities. Guarding was also one of the missions. There were 4 rooms in the old house, and they were just right to be occupied when the 2 of them arrived. When they were sleeping at night, Aunt Zhang was worried that the 2 men would feel uncomfortable squeezing into a 1.5-meter wide bed, so she wanted to change rooms with them. However, the 2 of them righteously refused. Although the bed was only 1.5-meter wide, it was very comfortable with Aunt Zhang's mattress. Lying on it was even more comfortable than lying on their bed in the military camp. Moreover, the 2 of them would not rest at the same time. This was because they had already divided the night duty. Li Taidan would be on duty for the first half of the night, and Xue Shuzhen would be on duty for the second half. They really did not relax for even a moment. As for whether Chun-Shi needed protection or not, that was not a question they needed to consider. The next morning, Aunt Zhang discussed with Chun-Shi that it was time to return to Chengdu. The conflict with the local hooligans was one of the reasons, but the main reason was that Xie Pinglin and Kai Shuqin were going to work in 2 days. After all, the Spring Festival had already passed, and the couple's work was considered to have started relatively late. It was time to prepare to start their lives again. The little girl's experience in the countryside was quite pleasant, but when she heard her grandmother say that they were going back to Chengdu, she immediately jumped up in excitement. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she did not want to stay here for a moment longer. Children were more interested in the big city with its colorful scenery. Seeing this, Chun-Shi called the driver and asked him to drive from the county to pick everyone up. However, when they were about to leave, a small incident occurred. Because the GL8 could only seat 7 people, but now Chun-Shi's family, including Li Taidan and Xue Shuzhen, had a total of 9 people. Therefore, Li Taidan insisted that the driver get off the car, and he sat in the driver's seat. The driver couldn't dissuade him. In the end, he could only obediently rent a van with Xue Shuzhen. They didn't speak along the way. By the time they returned to Chengdu, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The atmosphere of the Spring Festival had completely disappeared. Chengdu, a first-tier city of the new generation, had also returned to the bustling scene of the past. After the family carried the local specialties they brought back home, they discussed going to Jinli for a stroll. Jinli was just opposite. The little fellow had been here twice but had not been able to go in to play due to various reasons. This time, she could finally go in and have some fun. However, just as everyone was walking out of the house and waiting to cross the road, Chenxi's phone suddenly rang. The caller was Qin Xueqing. Chenxi picked up the phone. As soon as he said hello, his sister-in-law on the other end of the phone went straight to the point. "I need your help with something." When Chenxi heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He had just asked Wu Lian for a favor. How long had it been since Wu Lian asked him to return the favor? Go ahead. There was a strange phenomenon in Karakoram. Just like the Taklamakan Desert, a large oasis suddenly appeared. Karakoram? What's that? When Chenxi heard this term, he was stunned. Now that he had a photographic memory, he was very sure that he had never heard of this term before. At the border, next to the Himalayas. Later, Qin Xueqing told Chenxi the details of the matter. There was no need to introduce the Himalayas because Mount Everest stood there. The Karakoram was next to the Himalayas. This mountain range was also the place with the highest concentration of glaciers in the world, so it was known as the most dangerous place in the world. And the little-known second highest mountain in the world, Chogori Peak, was actually here. Chogori Peak was 8,611 meters above sea level, only more than 200 meters lower than Mount Everest, but its limelight was completely overshadowed by Mount Everest. In fact, in terms of difficulty, Chogori Peak was the most difficult mountain in the world to climb. It was also the only independent mountain that had not been successfully climbed in winter so far. A simple description, but behind it were the bodies of countless climbers left on Chogori Peak. Why had no one ever succeeded in winter climbing here? A big reason was that the Himalayas itself were easier to climb than the Karakoram. In fact, the altitude of the two mountains was not much different, but it was not until 1954 that someone successfully stepped into and returned from the Karakoram for the first time. The terrain here was steep, and most of the peaks were sharp and steep in shape. There were snowy peaks and huge glaciers everywhere. Not to mention climbing Chogori Peak. As long as one stepped into the Karakoram, the mortality rate was as high as 30% at an altitude of more than 5,000 meters. Was this not enough to make people feel intimidated? It was not famous, but the mortality rate was extremely high. Over time, Chogori Peak and the Karakoram were naturally not known by ordinary people. Why did Wu Lian want to ask Chenxi for help? It was because that place was not a place where humans could survive at all. The desert becoming an oasis itself was ridiculous enough, but now, even the snowy mountains that had not melted for thousands of years suddenly had a large oasis. This kind of special event that did not conform to the laws of nature naturally attracted the attention of the world. Just like aliens invading Earth, if a few aliens were caught, maybe they could get some benefits from it. Therefore, after Wu Lian received the news, she had already begun to prepare, and was bound to go to the area to investigate. Although his sister-in-law did not say it clearly, after Chenxi thought about it, he immediately figured out the key, so he directly pointed out the real reason why Wu Lian asked him to help. In other words, now that place has become the focus of the world. If I go, it is very likely that I will meet people from other countries there. It should be, but their speed should not be as fast as ours. After listening, Chenxi stood on the side of the road and carefully thought about it. Chapter 234. The whole family was prepared to wait for Chenxi to finish his call before crossing the road. On the other end of the phone, Qin Wanqing didn't rush him. Chenxi didn't have to think for long before he came to a decision and replied, "Not going." It was a very simple word, and it didn't even explain the reason. Qin Xueqing didn't seem to have any intention of persuading him, so when she heard Chenxi's answer, she calmly replied, "Okay." After that, her sister-in-law hung up the phone. She was decisive and didn't hesitate. This was her usual style. Today was Tuesday. Although Jinli wasn't as full as it was during the spring festival, it was still bustling with people. Jinli was right next to the Wuho Temple, but the Wuho Temple charged entrance fees while Jinli didn't. The little girl stood by the roadside and looked around. She had no interest in the marquee shrine, which was full of culture and culture. Thus, the whole family walked into the brocade with smiles on their faces as she called out to them. In fact, Jinli wasn't a building from ancient times. It was a group of buildings built in the later period. The style leaned towards the end of the Ming dynasty and the beginning of the Qing dynasty. It was mainly for business, and was only 550 meters long. After staying in Hohai for a long time, the little fellow seemed to have developed a certain immunity to this kind of old building. Thus, after walking around for a while, she pouted. She wasn't interested in the tea houses or shops at all. It wasn't until she saw a candy stand that the little fellow's big round eyes finally lit up. Candy blowing and candy drawing originated from the same source. Nowadays, people were particular about hygiene. They would take a few bites of candy drawings, but candy figurines were basically just for fun. When they lost interest, they would throw them away. Children didn't understand so much. After clamoring for Chun-Shi to buy one for her, the little fellow happily took the candy figurine in her hands and licked it. Because the candy-blowing figurine was directly blown up by the master of the candy figurine, naturally saliva would come out when blowing. Thus, Aunt Zhang had the same thought as most people. She felt that it was very unhygienic and immediately stopped the little fellow's actions, warning her not to eat anymore. The little guy was brought up by Auntie Zhang, so Auntie Zhang's words were naturally very effective. Hence, the little guy could only pout and look at the sugar figurine in his hand with an aggrieved expression. Seeing this, Chun-Shi did not expose Aunt Zhang. Instead, he went to the ice cream shop next door and bought an ice cream cone for the little girl. Then, he used the ice cream cone to exchange for the little girl's ice cream. There were only a few places to play in Chengdu. Compared to Shangjing, it was a little shabby. After strolling around Jinli, they could still go to the narrow alleys to take a look. The slight difference between Broad and Narrow Alley and Jinli Alley was that Broad and Narrow Alley was renovated from an old street. Therefore, Broad and Narrow Alley's cultural heritage was much stronger than that of Jinli Alley. Although it was also a commercial street, people could feel the unique cultural heritage of the old Chengdu city. It would take them at most an hour to finish their stroll in Jinli, so Chun-Shi suggested that they go to Broad and Narrow Alley again, but the little fellow decisively rejected his suggestion. This kind of aimless wandering really didn't appeal to the child, so she clamored to go home and watch TV. After all, Aunt Zhang was old. After strolling around Jinli, she was obviously a little tired. If they went to Broad and Narrow Alley again, the old woman would probably have to wait outside. Therefore, Chun-Shi had to agree to the little fellow's request to go home and watch TV. Just as the family was about to go home, Qin Ruoying's phone suddenly rang. The couple's social circle was extremely narrow, so the moment her phone rang, Chun-Shi could not help but turn his head to look at Qin Ruoying. Hello, second aunt? Ying, what have you been doing recently? Visiting Aunt Zhang in Chengdu. Oh, how is it? Is Chengdu fun? It's okay. Qin Ruoying looked at Chun-Shi thoughtfully while talking on the phone. Seeing this, Chun-Shi could not help but shake his head. The caller was Wang Chuanjiu. Seeing that her sister-in-law did not manage to persuade her cheap brother-in-law, Wang Chuanjiu suddenly could not sit still. Sure enough, after chatting with Qin Ruoying for a while, Wang Chuanjiu asked tentatively, "You two don't have any plans recently, right? I want to ask Chun-Shi for a favor. Do you think it's okay?" Hearing this, Qin Ruoying smiled and said directly, "Second aunt, I can't make this decision. You can ask him directly." Oh, okay. Qin Ruoying's answer was obviously a little out of Wang Chuanjiu's expectations, so she could only laugh twice awkwardly. After all, she was not that familiar with Chun-Shi, so she thought of asking Qin Ruoying to ask Chun-Shi for help. She did not expect Qin Ruoying to directly kick the ball back to her. From this, it could be seen that Wang Chuanjiu still knew too little about this niece. Falling flowers have no words. People are as indifferent as chrysanthemums. The beauty of a book is readable. What was the most important thing for a husband and wife to get along? It was mutual respect. Qin Ruoying handed the phone to Chun-Shi. After Chun-Shi took the phone, he couldn't help but reach out and hold Qin Ruoying's hand. The couple looked at each other tacitly. Chun-Shi smiled and said to the phone, "Hello? Second aunt?" "Hey, Chun-Shi, it's like this, there's something I need your help with." Did Yuanqing call you just now? Yes, she told me briefly just now. Are you referring to the matter of Karakoram? Yes. Did Yuanqing not tell you clearly? We don't have enough people here, so I want to ask you to help lead a team to see the specific situation there. Do you think it's okay? Yes, of course. Didn't I promise you that I would make a guest appearance on your show? Send me the time and place. I promise to be there on time. Chunxi's words were said very quickly. It seemed that he did not even need to think about it, and directly agreed. After hearing his words, Wang Chuanju on the other end of the phone went silent. She now understood that Chunxi was waiting for her here. After the Chuanhua incident, why did Wu Lian have such a big reaction? It was because Wang Chuanju wanted to completely pull Chunxi into the Wu Lian through the exchange of favors. After all, favors were not easy to repay. But she obviously underestimated Chunxi's determination to distance himself from Wu Lian. Chunxi always remembered the promise he made to Wang Chuanju. He could help, but only once. The reason why he decisively said no to his sister-in-law was because he knew that Wang Chuanju would definitely not be able to resist calling him personally to ask for help. Since that was the case, then he would use his previous promise here. Life was life, work was work. Although Chunxi admired Wang Chuanju's spirit of serving the country wholeheartedly, if he also became like this, it would obviously go against his original intention. After all, compared to his career, Chunxi loved his family more. If he had that much time, he might as well accompany the little one to watch cartoons. Wang Chuanju was silent for a long time. After Chunxi said hello, her slightly disappointed voice came from the other end of the phone. Haha. Then I'll really trouble you this time. You know the latitude and longitude, right? I'll send the coordinates to your phone later. When can we leave? Chapter 235. The earth would not stop spinning without anyone. The reason why Wang Chuanju wanted to ask Chunxi for help was only because Chunxi once captured a celestial being alive. Sunwen was now tortured by heart-devouring ants all day long. And the amazing destructive power he displayed during his madness also gave Wu Lian the most intuitive evaluation of Chunxi's combat power. The West also had existences similar to warriors or necromancers, but they did not have so many complicated divisions. In the West, the strength of the strong was generally expressed in letters, from F to A, and a separate S-class. The so-called S-class was actually equivalent to Huaxia's celestial being realm. S-class was already powerful enough, but there was a special level above S-class, Yex-class. Yex, extreme, meant the limit. Wu Lian's evaluation of Sunwen was S+, so Chunxi, who could capture Sunwen alive, was naturally the legendary Yex-class. Yex-class, the strongest in the celestial being realm, was also the strongest in the entire human race. He was worthy of being the uncrowned king. Chunxi put on a posture of wanting to completely distance himself from Wu Lian. Wang Chuanju was a smart person, so she naturally would not say anything at this time. After all, compared to a verbal promise, the recognition in the heart was actually more important. Not long after Chunxi hung up the phone, Li Tiedan's phone suddenly rang. When he saw the number on the screen, he gave Xue Shujian a look, then walked to the wall. After looking around, he picked up the phone with a serious face. Seeing this, Chunxi could not help but smile slightly. Looking at this situation, it was estimated that these two northeastern guys would have to go on a long trip with him. It was night. Karakoram Mountains, Rivertail Beach Military Base. Among all the civilian airports in Huaxia, the Rice City Aden Airport had the highest altitude, with an altitude of 4,411 meters. Therefore, it became the highest civilian airport in the world. Rice City's Aden Airport was already very high above sea level, but compared to the airport in the Rivertail Beach Military Base, it still paled in comparison. The Hawei Beach Military Base was located in the middle of the Karakoram Mountains, 5,418 meters above sea level. It was one of the important bases of the Western Border Defense Army of Huaxia. This place was covered in snow and ice all year round. It was extremely cold, lacked oxygen, had low pressure, and was exposed to strong ultraviolet rays and cosmic rays. The natural environment was extremely bad, and even the Tibetan antelope could not survive. If it was daytime, one would find that there were only 3 colors left in this vast world: the white snow, the brown soil, and the blue sky. Not a single tree or blade of grass could be seen here. It was a forbidden zone where not even plants could survive. Tonight, the temperature was as low as -40 degrees Celsius, but the Rivertail Beach military base was brightly lit. A military tactical transport aircraft tore through the night sky like a giant dragon. It was not afraid of the whistling wind and snow, and it quickly slid down from a distant mountain peak. The transport aircraft landed on the runway of the military base at the Rivertail Beach. Then 3 people walked out of the cabin. Lee Tai-dan was wrapped in a thick military cotton-padded jacket. Although he was already mentally prepared and had put on a portable oxygen respirator, the moment he stepped out of the cabin, Lee Tai-dan's vision suddenly blurred, and his feet immediately staggered. What did it mean to be 5,000 meters above sea level? The atmospheric pressure and oxygen content were less than half of the standard value. Even if he walked barehanded, it was equivalent to carrying 35 kilograms of weight. The aircraft had pressurization and oxygen supply devices. When cruising, the air pressure in the cabin was equivalent to about 2,500 meters above sea level. Therefore, even if he flew at an altitude of 10,000 meters, it would not affect the human body. The so-called altitude sickness was mainly caused by the sudden drop in the external air pressure, causing the pressure in the human body to increase continuously. It was like suddenly having a balloon that was constantly inflating in the body. The balloon expanded and pressed on the brain nerves and internal organs, causing all kinds of discomfort. Therefore, even if Lee Tai-dan was wearing an oxygen respirator, he still had difficulty breathing at this moment, and his legs felt weak. Chun-Shi stood behind them. After seeing their uncomfortable appearance, he quietly released a trace of true spirit, thus slightly alleviating the discomfort of the two. A group of soldiers stood under the gangway. After seeing them walk out of the cabin, the soldiers saluted in unison. Seeing this, Chun-Shi also saluted back to them, then patted Lee Tai-dan and Shuai-Shu-Jen, indicating them to walk faster. The terrain of the Karakoram Mountains was dangerous, and it was a place that must be fought for. Therefore, no matter how bad the environment was, there was always a border defense army stationed here. To be honest, being stationed in this place was no different from being stationed at the gate of hell. The soldiers were completely protecting the country and guarding the border with their lives. The Rivertail Beach military base was not big. It was not even as big as the fake military base in the Golden Triangle. As far as the eye could see, there was only an airport runway and 3 houses. The 3 houses looked ordinary, but the interior was full of new polystyrene insulation materials. The ground was covered with marble tiles, the windows were double-layered vacuum insulation glass, and the radiators that could be seen everywhere constantly emitted bursts of heat, keeping the indoor temperature around 20 degrees Celsius. After all, the war between Huaxia and India had been over for more than 50 years. With the growing strength of Huaxia, the living conditions of the soldiers should naturally get better and better. The soldier led Chun-Shi and his group to a room similar to a conference room. There seemed to be a meeting inside. The soldier knocked on the door, and after a "please come in" came from inside, the soldier gestured to Chun-Shi. Seeing this, Chun-Shi did not hesitate and directly pushed the door and walked in. The conference room was very lively. With a cursory glance, there were at least 20 people sitting inside. And just as Chun-Shi pushed the door open, everyone in the room cast their eyes on him. Although Lee Tai-dan and Shuai-Shu did not have much experience in society, this did not mean that they did not know the ways of the world. Almost at the same time, both of them found that the atmosphere in the conference room seemed to be a bit strange, so they slowed down a little and subconsciously pulled away from Chun-Shi. Because he did not want to appear too different, Chun-Shi wore a military coat today for the first time. He calmly adjusted his coat and found that no one in the conference room seemed to want to talk, so he slowly scanned the people in the room and smiled. "Hello everyone, do I need to introduce myself?" Hearing this, the people in the conference room were like puppets that were touched by a mechanism, and instantly stood up in unison. Those in military uniforms saluted him, and those without military uniforms bowed slightly. Everyone saluted him at the same time and greeted him. "Mr. Chun, hello." Chapter 236. Chun-Shi was specially invited by Wang Chuanju to lead the team. Naturally, Wu Lian would forward his information to the military base at Hue Beach in advance. Although he did not have an official position, Wu Lian's evaluation of him at the level of EX was enough to make him respectable. That was why Chunxi received such a grand welcome when he entered the room. "Hello everyone, I'm Chunxi." Chunxi smiled and nodded to everyone present. There were more than 20 people in the conference room. Only 1/3 of them were in military uniforms, and the rest were in casual clothes. Chunxi looked around discreetly and found that the weakest among these people was at the transforming strength stage. He suddenly understood. At the front row of the conference table, there were 2 middle-aged men wearing glasses. At first glance, one could tell that they were the kind of high-class talents who were involved in scientific research. Chunxi walked into the conference room with Li Taidan and Xue Shujian. At this time, the man in military uniform standing at the main seat nodded to Chunxi. Then he smiled and said to everyone present, "Since Mr. Chen is here, I'll explain it from the beginning. Is everyone okay with that?" Chunxi was the leader of this mission. Naturally, no one present had any objections. Therefore, after he took his seat, the man in military uniform got up and went to the tactical blackboard in the corner of the conference room. On the tactical blackboard, there was already a map-like pattern, as well as many arrows with unknown meanings. Looking at the design, it was estimated that this was the location of the mission. After the oasis appeared, all countries have activated signal jammers in this area, causing the surrounding communication systems to be completely paralyzed. So I can only draw a sketch of the mission area for everyone to see. Everyone, please take a look. This is the area where the mission is located, the Kashmir region. The core area where the oasis is located is not within the actual control of our army, so this mission has a certain degree of danger. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. Chunxi was there to help this time, so he had to follow Wu Lian's request and lead several relevant experts to the area to conduct scientific research. There were 2 reasons why he agreed to Wang Chuanju's request. First, he wanted to fulfill his promise. Second, he was very interested in the natural phenomenon caused by the revival of spiritual energy. Chunxi wanted to see how an oasis could appear at -30 degrees Celsius. Could it be that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had the effect of changing the temperature? The man in military uniform who stood on the rostrum to tell everyone the details of the mission was the head of the Rivertail Beach military camp, Tian Runcheng. Tian Runcheng had been stationed in this area for 7 years, so he knew everything around him like the back of his hand. The so-called Kashmir region was actually somewhat similar to the Golden Triangle. It was the junction of Huaxia, India and Ba country. The northwestern part of this region was controlled by Ba country, the southern part was controlled by India, and the northeastern part of Aksai Chin was Huaxia's territory. Both India and Pakistan claimed sovereignty over the whole of Kashmir, so there had always been disputes in this area. Assam was really shameless. In fact, most of Kashmir used to be Huaxia territory. More than 50 years ago, Assam launched a war against Huaxia. At that time, Huaxia had just been established and had experienced several large-scale battles, including the North Vietnamese War and the Korean War. It was when the national strength was at its weakest, so Assam took the opportunity to launch an invasion war against Huaxia. Although Huaxia was caught off guard by the Hindustanis in the beginning, after they reacted, they counterattacked and advanced triumphantly, forcing the Hindustanis to retreat. Their advanced troops were 212 kilometers deep into the hinterland of India, almost reaching the capital of the Hindustanis, New Delhi. In this battle, 4,885 Assam people died and 3,968 were captured. Huaxia people died and 697 were injured. So if you traveled to Karakoram now, you would see no less than 10 martyrs' cemeteries along the way. Behind the simple numbers, the soldiers only knew how to die for their country on the battlefield. There was no need to bury their bodies on the battlefield. Although they won, they lost. After this battle, Huaxia, as the victor, did not pursue Assam. Instead, they took the initiative to stop the war and return the prisoners and weapons to Assam. They also retreated 20 kilometers from the original control line, to Aksai Chin behind the Karakoram Mountains. These 20 kilometers were the current northern part of Kashmir. The oasis appeared at the intersection of the 3 countries' territories, the core area of Kashmir, the Siachen Glacier. The Siachen Glacier was located in the southern part of the Karakoram Mountains, with an average elevation of more than 6,000 meters. Even in summer, it was a world of ice and snow. The temperature was -20 degrees during the day and -50 degrees at night. The environment was extremely bad and not suitable for any creatures to survive. Since ancient times, it had been an uninhabited area. Although the environment was bad, it was a military important place like Shanhai Pass. To the north, one could overlook Huaxia, and to the west one could nibble away at Ba country. Therefore, Asan attached great importance to this place and sent heavy troops to guard it all year round. Once Huaxia or Ba country relaxed, Asan would immediately send troops to nibble away. If they could occupy an inch, they would occupy an inch. They were like a wild dog that liked to snatch food everywhere. It was really disgusting. After Huaxia retreated to the northern part of the Karakoram Mountains, India and Ba country often fought in this area. Therefore, this place became the battlefield with the highest elevation and the worst natural conditions in the world. Tian Runcheng pointed to the tactical blackboard and introduced all the questions related to the mission. Chen Shi realized that he had taken over a big burden from Wang Chuanjiu. This was not the first time an oasis had appeared, but it had always appeared within the borders of various countries. For example, Taklamakan was in the hinterland of Huaxia. Wu Lian could investigate it at any time. But this time was different. Although the Siachen Glacier was controlled by Asan, it was not recognized by Huaxia, Ba country, or even other countries in the world. Therefore, this was a territory without sovereignty. Any resources produced in this place naturally had a share. Therefore, Wu Lian planned this operation. However, there was a problem. Although no one recognized that this area belonged to Asan, Asan had actual control over this area. In order to not cause unnecessary trouble, this mission could only be carried out in secret and mainly focused on secret investigations. Although Tian Runcheng did not say it explicitly, the meaning in his words was very clear. This mission could only be carried out in secret. Once they were discovered by Asan, and a fight broke out, the Hue Beach military base would not send reinforcements. This was because this was their personal behavior, and could not represent Huaxia. It was precisely because of this that Wu Lian sent out all their elites. Wang Chuanjiu even used Chen Shi's promise to ask him to come out. In fact, it was just to ensure the success of this mission. Chen Shi sat in his seat and did not speak. After carefully thinking about it, he could not help but frown slightly. This was not the first time an oasis had appeared. Why did Wu Lian attach so much importance to it? What was inside? Chapter 237. The next morning, Qingdu Wuhou Temple Street. The little fellow was brought into the bathroom by Qin Ruoying in a daze. After washing up, she was like a charged robot. Her big eyes sparkled, and her whole body was full of the kind of vitality that only belonged to children. When she came to the kitchen, Chen Shi pinched her little face and asked with a smile, "Nian Nian, today's breakfast is made by Daddy. Do you like it?" Hearing this, the little thing immediately nodded her head like she was pounding garlic. Although Chen Shi didn't say what she was making, she didn't hide the fact that she wanted to try it. Because Daddy's work must be the best. These days Aunt Zhang and Qin Ruoying had been cooking. Although it was delicious, compared with Chen Shi's cooking, it seemed that there was something lacking. The porridge was not ready yet, so the little thing tiptoed beside the cupboard, wrinkling her little nose and sniffing the fragrance from the casserole. The gluttonous child swallowed her saliva and looked at Chen Shi eagerly. After he scooped out a bowl, she raised her hands and wanted to take it, but was gently patted away by Chen Shi. "Be careful, it's hot. Go sit at the table first. Daddy will bring it to you." Hearing this, the little thing ran to the dining table and climbed onto the chair. It sat on the chair and kept swinging its legs. It really looked like it was unable to endure the thirst. Today's breakfast was red bean and barley porridge. Barley was a Chinese medicine. It was sweet and cool, and had the effect of eliminating spots, acne. Taking barley regularly could be very good for beauty and make the skin more delicate. At the same time, barley could also remove dampness, promote blood circulation, and play the role of promoting blood circulation, relieving pain, and regulating menstruation and reducing swelling. The little fellow liked sweets, So Chun-Shi added a little bit of rock sugar when cooking the porridge. She picked up the spoon and tasted it. It was sweet and sticky, and seemed to have a strange fragrance, so she took the spoon and scooped another spoonful. After smacking her lips twice, the little thing grinned with satisfaction and said, "Papa, it's delicious." "Good girl, eat more if it's delicious." After Chun-Shi gave Qin Ruoying a bowl of porridge, he patted her head and sat down beside her. He said in a negotiating tone, "Nian Nian, Dad has something to do today. Let Mom accompany you to Happy Valley later, okay?" The moment Chun-Shi mentioned the Happy Valley, the little thing's eyes lit up and it hurriedly nodded. "All right. I want to go to Happy Valley. Then Daddy will go out. You have to listen to Mommy, okay?" "I know. Good girl, give me a kiss." Chun-Shi put his face in front of the little girl and pointed at his own cheek. Seeing this, the little fellow cooperated and smacked on Chun-Shi's face, leaving a shallow mark on his cheek. "Bye, Papa." The little guy sat on the chair, twisting his body and waving his little hand at Chun-Shi. At this time, Qin Ruoying also smiled at Chun-Shi and said, "Be careful." "Okay." Chun-Shi nodded lightly, then turned and walked out of the house with a smile on his face. At this moment, their family of 3 was the most ordinary of all the happy families in the world. Rivertail Beach Military Base. 9 a.m. in the morning was actually very late for soldiers. Li Taidan and Xue Shujian stood outside Chun-Shi's room. The two of them were wondering who should wake Chun-Shi up. The operation code name for this mission was Kuanluan, and Chun-Shi was the person in charge. Because of the weather, they had to wait until 10 a.m. before they could set off. Although it was not time to set off yet, the members of the small team had already gathered and were now in the living room discussing the route they would take and the difficulties they might encounter along the way. At this time, as the leader, Chun-Shi was still sleeping in his room. Naturally, his bodyguards were worried sick. Li Taidan hesitated for a while, and finally could not help but go up and knock on the door. However, the door suddenly opened. Chun-Shi looked at the 2 frowning men, and could not help but ask in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Li Taidan was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, "Mister, he thinks the weather is good today, so he wanted to discuss with you to see if we could set off an hour earlier." "Okay, then let's go." Chun-Shi nodded, then directly walked past the 2 of them. Seeing this, Xue Shujian quickly asked, "Brother Chen, do you want me to go to the kitchen to heat up something for you?" "No, I've already eaten. Let's go." "You've already eaten? When?" Hearing this, Li Taidan and Xue Shujian could not help but look at each other. Both of them had some doubts in their eyes. Even when the 2 of them were eating or going to the bathroom, one of them would stay outside Chun-Shi's room, so they were very sure that Chun-Shi did not leave his room at all. So the question was, when did Chun-Shi have breakfast? When Chun-Shi came downstairs, all the people from the meeting last night were present. When Tian Runqing saw Chun-Shi coming downstairs, he immediately stepped forward and said a few words to him. After that, the group was ready to leave. The weather today was very good, and the sun was shining brightly outside. The dazzling sunlight reflected off the snowy mountains, making it almost impossible to open one's eyes. However, although the sun was shining, the temperature was still minus 20 degrees Celsius. Among the 25 people traveling with Chun-Shi, there were 4 scholars. They were all experts in various fields, such as ecology, environmental science, botany, geology, etc. Looking at this situation, Wu Lian really wanted to rely on science to find the reason why the glacier turned into an oasis. 3 military helicopters set off from the Hawaii Beach base, then went straight to the Klechin River Valley. This was the border of Huaxia, so the helicopters could not fly any further. Therefore, the group got off the helicopter in the Klechin River Valley, then transferred to the all-terrain vehicle provided by the military, and drove along the valley all the way to the Siachen Glacier. The Hawaii Beach was on the sunny side of the Karakoram Mountains, so there was plenty of sunshine, so the snow did not cover all the rocks and soil. The Klechin River Valley was on the shady side of the mountains, so the terrain was relatively gentle. In addition, the snow did not melt all year round, so it had become a thick layer of glacier. The glacier poured down from the top of the high mountain, and the sun shone, immediately reflecting a dazzling light. It could be described as golden, magnificent, and glorious. The huge ice cave and steep ice bridge were just like the legendary Crystal Palace. Chunxi took out his mobile phone, wanting to take a few photos to show to the little girl. However, when he took out his mobile phone, he found that it could not be turned on. The magnetic field in this place was so strong that digital products such as mobile phones and computers were completely turned into bricks. From the valley to the Siachen Glacier, it was actually more than 40 kilometers away. The all-terrain vehicle moved quickly along the ice of the valley. Less than half an hour later, Chunxi and the group successfully stepped into the Siachen Glacier. Just as they stepped into the Siachen Glacier, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered by a large patch of dark clouds, and the heavens and earth instantly darkened. Chapter 238. The climate of the plateau changed rapidly, and the temperature difference between day and night was huge. All the temperature came from the direct sunlight. Therefore, when the sun was covered by the thick dark clouds, the temperature suddenly dropped a lot. Due to the effect of the atmospheric thermal circulation, the wind during the day would blow from the bottom of the valley to the top of the mountain. However, at night, the wind would blow from the top of the mountain to the valley. This phenomenon was the so-called valley wind. Although it was still morning, because the sun was blocked by the dark clouds, the mountain wind began to blow from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the valley. Chunxi and the others drove in the Cleaking River Valley. The mountain wind suddenly blew, and the snowflakes dancing in the sky suddenly scattered into the valley. The sky was dark, and the heavy snow gradually blurred the vision. The driver was a scout under Tian Runcheng. After seeing the situation, his reaction was very fast. He drove the all-terrain vehicle directly to the rocky slope on the side of the valley. As the saying went, there are not many avalanches on rocky slopes in dense forests, but there are more avalanches on slopes where snow eaves are lee of the wind. Both sides of the Cleaking River Valley were full of glaciers and snow. It was very dangerous to stay in the valley when the wind blew, because if you were not careful, you could be buried alive by the snow. The military all-terrain vehicle used tank tracks. It ran along the 70 to 80 degree snow slope as if it was running on flat ground, kicking up a lot of snow as it went straight to the mountainside. When the slope was less than 20 degrees, it was generally impossible for an avalanche to occur. Therefore, when the all-terrain vehicle drove into the valley, it directly rushed toward the open and gentle slope. The Siachen Glacier was the largest of the many glaciers in the vicinity. The snow fell from the top of the Karakoram Mountains to the valley, and finally formed such a large glacier. This place was barren, and there were no animals, so it was also called the end of the world. The Hindustani army had been stationed in the Siachen Glacier for nearly 30 years. In the past 30 years, the number of Hindustani soldiers who died because of non-war reasons had reached as high as 9,000 people. This was the shady side of the mountain, and the conditions were much worse than the beach at the end of the river. The Hindustani soldiers were at such a high altitude, and it was very difficult for them to eat and walk. In addition to physical injuries such as amputation and frostbite, they also had to endure prematurely aging, memory loss, impotence, and other conditions caused by environmental factors. These brought great mental stress to the soldiers. Therefore, the end of the world was not necessarily heaven, but hell. The snowstorm was getting heavier and heavier. Like a summer shower, the violent mountain winds carried countless snowflakes as they whistled from the horizon. A blizzard was coming. Seeing this, the driver had no choice but to stop the car next to a huge rock. The three all-terrain vehicles formed a temporary position in a tripartite formation. The group could only sit in the vehicles and wait for the blizzard to subside. In Chunxi's car, other than the driver, Taidan Li and Xue Shuzhen, the rest were all scientific researchers who were national treasures. After the middle-aged man called Professor, he glanced at the situation outside the window. He couldn't help but frown and muttered to himself, "I contacted the weather detection center before we set off. Today should be a sunny day. Why is there a sudden snowstorm?" When the scholar next to Professor he heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Is the weather forecast reliable?" These words amused the people in the carriage, and they couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. In fact, with the current technology, the weather forecast was quite accurate. At least within a few hours, the accuracy rate would be as high as 90%. The people in the room were all environmental and climate experts, so this was more like a joke. Just as they were chatting and relaxing, the driver seemed to hear a rumbling sound. However, the wind outside was too loud, so he wondered if he heard wrong. Therefore, he poked his head forward and continued to observe through the front window. The driver looked for a while, but because his vision was completely blocked by the blizzard, he couldn't see anything clearly. Suddenly, Chen-shi, who was sitting in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. "Sit in the car, don't move." After Chen-shi said this, he opened the car door. The driver was dumbfounded. The car was heated by an engine, so it was very warm inside. However, the temperature outside was already as low as -50 degrees. What did -50 degrees mean? Even peeing would cause a parabola to appear in the air. Chen-shi suddenly walked out of the car in this snowstorm. As a security guard, Ironly couldn't just sit by and watch. Therefore, he called out Brother Chen-shi loudly and tried to get out of the car to drag him back. However, no matter how hard Ironly tried, he could not open the car door. After trying to no avail, Ironly had no choice but to lean against the window anxiously. He kept banging on the window in an attempt to call Chen-shi back. Chen-shi didn't look back. His figure quickly disappeared into the snowstorm. Ironly could only make a sound that was close to a wail. Actually, the driver didn't hear wrong. There was indeed a rumbling sound outside. It wasn't the sound of the wind, but an avalanche. The motorcade was parked in a relatively gentle location. Normally, there was no way they would be affected by an avalanche. However, for some reason, two nearby mountains experienced an avalanche at the same time. Snow poured down from the top of the mountain like a flood. It was getting bigger and bigger, splashing up countless snowflakes as it pressed down from the top of the mountain. This sudden avalanche was not an ordinary pine snow avalanche. It was the most deadly type of avalanche. The snow had already turned into ice. Huge chunks of ice kept falling down like rolling stones. It was at least a few million tons. Millions of tons of snow rolled down from the top of the mountain faster and faster. Like two white snow dragons soaring through the clouds, they whizzed down along the two sides of the mountain, bringing with them a majestic and unparalleled power, sweeping away everything in their path. At this rate, the motorcade would be flattened by the snow before they could leave. After all, in front of the fury of nature, humans were extremely small. Chen-shi stood in the vast expanse of white snow, as if she was touching a piece of white paper with a pen. Almost imperceptible. Due to the acceleration of gravity, the snow was falling faster and faster. In the end, it was almost 100 meters per second, which was 360 kilometers per second. This was the speed of a top supercar. In the momentum formula derived from Newton's second law, Ft equals mv. Then there was a problem. Millions of tons of snow falling at a speed of 100 meters per second. How much impact would it have on the objects below? Chen-shi raised his head. His gaze pierced through the snow and saw the situation on the mountain. Then a long sword of frost and snow suddenly appeared in his hand. Boom! The two white dragons collided on the plains where the motorcade was located. In an instant, a powdery snow cloud hundreds of meters high was set off. In an instant, there was only a vast expanse of whiteness left. Chapter 239. The two avalanches almost reached the foot of the mountain at the same time, and then collided on the plateau below. But because the angle was less than 45 degrees, the collision did not slow down the momentum of the avalanches. Instead, the power of the two avalanches suddenly gathered in one place. The two white snow dragons instantly merged into one. And with an even more violent momentum, they continued to fiercely pounce on the plateau below the mountain. The snowstorm filled the sky, and the snow clouds wreaked havoc. The white dragon roared at the sky, and the rumbling sound was like winter thunder, constantly reverberating and shaking the mountains more than 6,000 meters above sea level. Just listening to the sound was enough to make people's hearts tremble. This violent force of millions of tons did not stop after pouncing from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. Instead, with an unstoppable force, it continued to pounce forward along the slope. Everywhere the snow dragon passed, a thick snow fog rose. Large amounts of powdery snow clouds with ice shards, like fragments of grenades exploding, constantly shot in all directions. If someone was standing nearby, they would probably be shot into a sieve on the spot. When the frost and snow cleared, Only a thick layer of snow was left behind the snow dragon. The snow layer was like soft cotton candy, spreading out on the plateau. It looked like it was at least 10 meters thick. If such a shocking scene was recorded by a camera and uploaded to the internet, it would probably cause a sensation in the world. From the avalanches pouncing to the foot of the mountain, and then to the exhaustion of the power on the plateau, the whole process did not take more than 5 minutes. However, in this short span of 5 minutes, this shocking avalanche destroyed everything within a 10-kilometer radius along its path. After everything calmed down, it was as if there was only a vast expanse of white snow left between heaven and earth. Other than the pure white snow, there was nothing else. And just as the avalanches were wreaking havoc and destroying everything, two figures suddenly appeared on the mountain peak in the distance. It was a man and a woman. The two of them stood on a large rock on the mountain peak, quietly overlooking everything below through the wind and snow. The land of extreme cold, the peak of the snowy mountain. The man wore a pleated long-sleeved shirt that reached his knees, with a slit on his neck and complicated and exquisite decorations, and a long navy blue shawl on his shoulders. The most eye-catching feature was the hat on his head, which was wrapped in a turban. Just like Hwasea's Hanfu, this man was actually wearing a traditional Indian costume, toddy. Men wore toddy, and women naturally wore exquisite and gorgeous saris. This woman was about 30 years old. Time did not leave any traces on her face. Her graceful figure was set off by the silk sari, which made her look even more charming. There was a red dot between her eyebrows, which set off her deep eyes and slightly brown skin. That unique charm that only belonged to the Indian beauty was enough to make any man in this world fall head over heels for her. Like many Indians, the two of them did not wear shoes. Their slightly tanned skin was particularly eye-catching against the snow. However, if one were to look closely, they would discover that they were actually floating on top of the snow, about an inch off the ground. India had a tropical monsoon climate with high temperatures throughout the year. Their attire was nothing special in India. But where was this place? Siachen Glacier. The blizzard was howling, and the temperature was as low as -50 degrees, but they did not seem to feel the cold at all. Obviously, these two were powerhouses from India. When the man saw that the avalanche had completely submerged the place where the convoy was, a trace of disdain flashed in his calm eyes. Then he turned around and seemed to be ready to leave. But just as the man was about to leave, he suddenly seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly turned back to look in that direction. The clouds dispersed, and only a thick layer of snow was left in the plateau. The three all-terrain vehicles were not buried under the snow. Instead, they were strangely flying in the air. After the avalanche subsided, the three all-terrain vehicles that weighed nearly 10 tons slowly fell from the air. Then, as if they had fallen into a swamp, they kept sinking. It was not until the snow completely swallowed the vehicles' tracks that the three all-terrain vehicles finally stopped sinking. Although the sky was filled with snow, the man could still clearly see this scene. But soon after, the arrogance on his face couldn't help but turn into surprise. Because in addition to the three unscathed all-terrain vehicles, he suddenly saw a figure. A silhouette hovered in the air, seemingly holding a weapon in his hand. Looking carefully, he found that the person was slightly raising his head and looking at him in the air. The snowstorm was still the same. After Chun-Shi slowly put the vehicle on the snow, he turned his head and looked at the mountain peak in the distance. The convoy had just arrived at the Siachen Glacier when they encountered this devastating avalanche. Obviously, it was caused by the two people in front of him. In that case, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Then, he raised his sword to the sky and slashed out. A green light flew out from the tip of Chun-Shi's sword. After Chun-Shi slashed out with her sword, the sword shadow that was originally only 3 feet long grew larger and more solid with every inch that it flew higher into the sky. It grew at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the sword light that was hundreds of feet high rushed into the sky and slashed at the mountain peak where the man and woman were. The shadow of the sword light came down from the top, and the sword edge directly hit the mountain peak. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, there was a violent explosion at the mountain peak. Boulders, soil, glaciers, and snow all exploded. It was like blowing up an abandoned high-rise building. This sword directly split the mountain peak into two. The flying boulders continued to slide down from the mountain and fell to the ground, making a series of dong-dong-dong sounds. It was as if someone was beating a drum. The drum beats were dense and did not stop. The boulders hit the ground heavily, and the huge impact caused the entire ground to begin to shake. If it was not for the fact that there had been a big avalanche just now, there would probably be an even bigger avalanche now. The mountain wind was biting cold, and the snowstorm was raging. The dust and gravel raised by the explosion were instantly blown away by the wind. Looking into the wind and snow, the sharp mountain peak was actually split in half by Chen-Shi's sword. Half of it had fallen down the mountain, and the other half was still on the verge of collapse. Finally, under the continuous attack of the strong wind, the remaining half of the mountain could no longer hold on. With a series of loud rumbling sounds, this half of the mountain peak collapsed heavily from the mountain peak. Chapter 240. I have a sword. It can split mountains and break peaks like a hot knife through butter. After he swung his sword, a small part of the towering mountain peak was instantly chopped off by Chen-Shi. His current appearance was the complete opposite of his usual amiable and approachable appearance. Holding the frost snow longsword in his hand, he stood in the air, his body exuding an awe-inspiring aura. After Chen-Shi split the mountain peak with his sword, a figure suddenly appeared on top of the mountain range. Judging from his appearance, he was an Indian. That person was covered in dust, his hair was tied up in a bun. He wore a crescent moon on his head, and a long snake around his neck. He wore a string of skulls on his chest, and a tiger skin around his waist. This getup was very strange, but the strangest part was that he actually had 4 arms, and there was a third eye in the middle of his forehead. The third eye in the middle of his forehead was like a pool of blood, dark red and eerie. As the pupil moved, it constantly emitted a cold and evil feeling. His 4 arms were holding a trident, an axe, a tambourine, and a club. This getup looked somewhat similar to the Black Bhairaf statue in the square of the Kathmandu Palace. The so-called Black Bhairaf statue was actually Mahakala. Mahakala was one of the 3 main gods of India, Shiva's incarnation, in charge of creation and destruction. So this figure that suddenly appeared should be the legendary Shiva. Seeing this, Chen-Shi could not help but laugh coldly. Originally, his understanding of Indian cultivators was completely blank, but after this figure appeared, Chen-Shi instantly found the other party's cultivation core from this figure. Dharma. The great Tao flowed like mercury, and every grain was round. As one of the 4 ancient civilizations, India was not as bad as people thought. On the contrary, many aspects of Huaxia civilization were even influenced by Indian culture. Religion was one aspect, but the cultivator behind it was the key. After this figure appeared, it rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally reached a height of more than 10 meters. From afar, it was like Buddha had descended, hovering in the sky, quietly looking down at the mountains below. In reality, it was not a physical body but a phantom. But if one looked closely, they would realize that this phantom was actually similar to a mirage, and somewhat like a 3-dimensional projection technology, pretending to be mysterious. Just as Chen-Shi swung his sword and was about to release another sword gleam, the phantom suddenly spoke. The Brahmins and the Wu Lian of Huaxia had an agreement, with the Himalayas as the boundary and not invading each other. Are you going to violate this agreement today? The Shiva statue's lips were slightly opened, and its 4 arms were gently waving. It looked like this giant statue was talking. His Mandarin was not very fluent, so it sounded a little awkward. However, his voice was deep and resounding. After he finished speaking, his voice continued to reverberate in the mountains. Agreement? Didn't you want to bury us alive with an avalanche? Isn't it too late to talk to me about an agreement now? At this point, Chen-Shi suddenly pointed the tip of his sword and smiled at the Shiva statue. I don't want to kill more, so I can give you a chance. I suggest you consider it carefully. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones, and the so-called agreement is still valid. Chen-Shi was not bloodthirsty, so just like last time when he dealt with Sunwen, even if the other party attacked first, he chose to give the other party a chance to live. But the person in front of him was fundamentally different from Sunwen, because he was a pure-blooded Indian noble, a Brahmin. In a country like India with a strict caste system, How could a Brahmin with the supreme status bow down to Hwasya? Therefore, before Chunshi finished speaking, the expression on the face of the statue was as lifelike as a real person, and it suddenly became furious. The statue let out a roar. The third eye on the forehead suddenly glowed red, and a strange Sanskrit voice echoed among the mountains. Then, a ray of light with a destructive aura shot out from his eyes. Like a laser cannon, it hit Chunshi in an instant. It was not right to say that it hit, because a golden barrier suddenly rose in front of Chunshi. The golden barrier blocked the red light. At this time, Chunshi suddenly released the long sword in his hand. The long sword of frost and snow did not fall, but was suspended in the air. Then, one after another, the long swords of frost and snow continued to condense and take shape behind Chunshi. He formed a sword with his fingers and pointed in the air. Thousands of long swords of frost and snow immediately raised their sword tips and pointed at the Shiva statue on the top of the mountain. The third move of the moonlight sword technique. 10,000 swords in one. Where your heart goes is where my sword points. The densely packed frost and snow swords converged into a long silver dragon, tearing through the wind and snow. It carried with it a majestic aura that could swallow mountains and rivers as it swept across the sky in a majestic manner. After the 10,000 swords, the whole world was quiet. Only the mountain wind was still whistling. This Indian's cultivation had obviously not reached the level of the divine general, so there was not even an explosion. The frightening Shiva statue was directly torn to pieces by the all swords in one. Why won't you listen to my advice? Chunshi sighed softly and turned to leave. But at this time, an earth-shattering roar once again rang out from the summit of the mountains. The roar seemed to be full of endless anger and hatred. The voice was extremely loud, like the roar of the surviving species of the untainted land. Just the sound alone had shaken the surrounding mountains and made rocks fall continuously. The power of the roar was so great. Chunshi looked back in surprise, only to see the statue of Shiva appear on the top of the mountain again. But this time, the statue was not the same as before, but a man and a woman. Although it was a man and a woman, in fact, there was only one person. Just like the conjoined people in Zhang Guorong and Lin Qingxia's version of the legend of the white-haired witch, one side was a man, and the other side was a woman. However, it was slightly different from the movie. In the movie, the two actors were simply connected back to back. The statue in front of him used the same body, and the man and woman were connected from neck to neck. The man's side was the same as before, but the woman's side had two more hands, one holding a mirror, the other holding a water bottle. A two-headed, six-armed, four-legged monster appeared in front of Chunshi. Shiva had many kinds of dharma appearances. The statue just now was the angry one, and this statue was the extremely rare main half of a woman, which was half of a man and half of a woman. Seeing this, even Chunshi, who was used to seeing storms, could not help but frown and complain. Chapter 241. Brahma book creator, Shiva Mahasvara, and Vishnu Mayasvara, were known as the three main gods of India. Brahma's position was similar to Pangu, Vishnu was similar to Fushi, and Shiva was similar to Nuwa. Different from Nuwa's compassion, Shiva had one more hobby than Nuwa when he was creating things, and that was destruction. Shiva represented creation and destruction, which was why he was worshipped by the Indians as the main god with the strongest combat power. The huge statue that appeared in front of Chunshi was obviously not the real Shiva in the legends. It was just an imposter. It was not right to call it an imposter, because this was the cultivation method of the Indians, Dharma. Hwasya's Buddhism came from India, so the cultivation method of Buddhism was also Dharma. However, Chunshi had only interacted with necromancers and martial artists, so he did not know that Buddhist cultivators had such things as well. The so-called Dharma referred to the appearance of the various Dharma, which was also the external manifestation of mana. The manifestation of Dharma was not used to scare people, but it contained the application of spells. Just like necromancers and necromancers who would chant spells before making a move, the Brahmin cultivators would reveal Dharma before making a move. The existence of Dharma was similar to a shikigami. It was a manifestation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth after it was refined into vital essence. It could not be separated from the cultivator, and the cultivator could use it to attack. The lethality of Dharma was not judged by its appearance or size, but with the arrogant personality of the Indians. The bigger and more terrifying the Dharma, the better. Therefore, when fighting with an Indian cultivator, one only needed to see how big and strange the Dharma behind him was. As for Dharma, it was just like the saying, the great Tao was like mercury flowing on the ground, and every grain was round. The cultivation methods on earth seemed to be very different, but in reality, they were all the same. This Indian was at most at the level of Sun One. After being hit by Chun Shi's 1,000 returning swords, even if he did not die, he should be severely injured. But now he was able to stand up again, and the spirit chi around him was twice as strong as before. This situation immediately aroused Chun Shi's interest. Shiva had thousands of avatars, and the one with the strongest combat power was the half-woman avatar. This kind of spell that could double one's combat strength out of thin air was really scary when he thought about it carefully. If it wasn't Chun Shi who came today but Sunwon instead, Sunwon would probably have died on the spot. Chun Shi closed his eyes, trying to figure out the true essence of this spell from the surging of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After the 30-meter-tall statue of Shiva appeared, it did not hesitate for a moment, and directly roared in the direction of Chun Shi. Shiva Natraja. Transliteration. Natraja, Shiva's signature skill. He had 2 heads and 2 mouths, so his roar was naturally very shocking. While it was roaring, the 6 arms of the statue started waving. Although these 6 objects were not all weapons, at this moment, all of them were emitting a strong red light. Immediately after, a red light suddenly appeared at the chest of Shiva's statue. Shiva's third eye actually appeared at his chest. Then, a red pillar of light suddenly shot out from the third eye, heading straight for Chun Shi. Chun Shi had not spent so much effort to figure out something in a long time. In this world, there was nothing that he needed to figure out for a long time. Thus, at the same time that Shiva roared, Chun Shi suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Found it!" As his voice fell, the phantom of a giant sword appeared behind him out of thin air. That sword phantom was thousands of feet tall, like a pillar that supported the sky. Its shape was simple, and the sword body was covered in dark diamond-shaped patterns. The sword edge near the sword hilt was cast with strange characters. The blade of the long sword was not straight, and the backbone was clearly formed into a line. The widest part was about 1/3 of the sword hilt, and then it curved inwards, until the sword edge protruded outwards, and then converged inwards into a sharp point. Although it was a phantom, the sword was covered in green light, and it gave people a feeling that it was as cold as ice, and that it could cut through hair. Chun Shi did not seem to see the red light emitted by Shiva's statue. Once the sword phantom appeared, he immediately turned to look at the long sword that had been with him for hundreds of years. "Old friend, it's been a long time." Although it was just a phantom, after seeing the sword, Chun Shi could not help but let out a long cry. The difficulty of returning to Earth from heavenly spiral was not something that ordinary people could imagine. This sword was one of the prices he had to pay to return to Earth. To Chun Shi, this was a price that was even heavier than the damage to his soul and the depletion of his vital energy. The cultivation techniques on Earth were still too shallow for Chun Shi, so through his observation just now he had a rough idea of the principle of Dharma manifestation. Therefore, he immediately activated his vital energy and created this peerless divine sword that only existed in his memory. This sword was called Heavenly Divination. "I have a sword that dares to go against the world." Chun Shi had not been so carefree in a long time. After all, to a man, a happy family and a successful career were his lifelong pursuits. Chun Shi already had the former, and the latter was something that he once had. When the Heavenly Divination sword appeared again, the feeling of riding a horse with a sword and singing to the ends of the world came back. Looking at the sword with a cold lamp, how many achievements will the sword have? The incense burner does not care about the common people. Even if a stream of smoke passes away, the clouds are buried, the lonely sun still shines on the ancient tomb. This unlucky Indian cultivator definitely did not know that his appearance had made Chun Shi make up for some of the small regrets in his heart. The real thing could not be found, but it was good to make a sample to comfort himself. In order to repay the other party, Chun Shi decided to let this Indian cultivator see the set of shocking sword techniques that were compatible with the Heavenly Divination sword. The 49 forms of heavenly divination sword technique. Painting the sky as the god, condensing the sword as the soul. There is nothing in all directions. This is called the human sword. The human sword of the 3 famous swords. The red light of destruction emitted by the statue of Shiva was very dazzling. But in front of the green light emitted by the long sword, it still accidentally fulfilled that sentence. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? Just the green light emitted by the thousands of feet long divine sword completely blocked the red light. Chunshi formed a sword with his fingers and suddenly pointed at the statue of Shiva on the mountain peak. Then, the divine sword suddenly shrank to the size of a normal sword. Then, the tip of the sword suddenly turned and flew toward the statue of Shiva. The sword was 3 feet long. A green rainbow pierced the sky. The divine sword cut through the sky like a green lightning. Like a needle, it suddenly pierced into the chest of the statue of Shiva that was dozens of meters tall. Then a strong light bloomed on the mountain peak. At that moment, the wind and snow seemed to stop. The originally dark sky suddenly became as bright as day, as if the dark clouds had suddenly dispersed and the sun had once again shone on the Siachen Glacier. The bright light reflected by the ice and snow was comparable to the summer sun, making it impossible to open one's eyes to look at it. The dazzling light lasted for about a minute, then dissipated. The world darkened once again. The snowstorm continued. It was as if nothing had happened. But if one looked carefully, one would discover that there was actually one less mountain in the distance. It was as if a painter was not satisfied with his painting and wanted to erase it and repaint it. Chapter 242. The Indian cultivators were known as Brahmins. Brahmins were a religious name similar to Buddhism, and they also represented the highest class in Indian society. At the same time, they were an organization similar to the Wu Lian in India. This Indian cultivator, who had only met Chunshi once and did not even mention his name, was completely reduced to dust by the attack of the divine sword shadow. Then he fell to every corner of the Siachen Glacier with the wind and snow. It was not right to say that it was only one person. In fact, it was 2 people. 2 celestial realm cultivators who were comparable to Sunwon. This secret technique that could instantly double one's combat power was called Maithuna among the Brahmins, which was also known as dual cultivation. Dual cultivation originated from the Brahmins of India. It was originally a cultivation method, but after it spread to Huaxia, it was misinterpreted and abused by the Tibetan esoteric sect. It completely became a trick to cheat people and lost its value and meaning. After all, dual cultivation was not as simple as rolling in the sheets. First, one had to find a man and a woman who were of equal talent and had the same mind. They had to cultivate according to the secret technique from a young age, so that they could enter a state of harmony and life and death together. The close connection from the soul to the body allowed their combat power to have a superimposed effect. This kind of shameless secret technique was also the main reason why the martial arts world of Huaxia was generally unwilling to provoke the Brahmins. But then again, celestial realm cultivators were rare. Now that a pair had died, it was a very heavy blow to the Indian Brahmins. Once the news spread back to Huaxia, who knew how many people would clap their hands and applaud. Regarding this, Chunshi didn't have much of a reaction. He silently glanced at the mountain that he had flattened. After confirming that the opponent's aura had completely disappeared, he turned to look in the direction of the convoy. At this moment, a green light flashed. The shadow of the Tianyin divine sword reappeared beside Chunshi. After taking a deep look at this old friend that had been with him day and night, Chunshi gently waved his arm, and the shadow of the divine sword slowly dissipated. This trip could be considered a small gain. Although Chunshi's understanding of Dharma powers was still too shallow, he had enough cultivation and experience. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to grasp the true essence of the Dharma idol. He would no longer be able to merely grasp the shape of the Dharma idol. Thinking of this, Chunshi couldn't help but look up at the dark sky. The real Tianyin sword might be lying quietly in some corner of the vast universe right now. Iron Eggly was leaning against the car window. When he saw Chunshi's figure appear through the snow, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Because of the limited vision, they had been sitting in the car all this time, and did not know what was happening outside. However, Everyone could still clearly feel the violent tremor just now. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the car kept shaking. If the all-terrain vehicle was like a tin can, then they were the sardines inside. They could only curl up in the can and pray to God helplessly. In front of nature, human beings were always so insignificant. Iron Egg Lee's face was tense. Because he was overly worried about Chin-Shi's safety, his eyes were a little red. He had been trying to open the door, but this all-terrain vehicle was a special military bulletproof vehicle. How could he break it with his bare hands? As soon as Chin-Shi unlocked the restriction, Iron Egg Lee violently opened the door. Because he used too much force, he even lost his balance and almost fell off the car. Iron Egg Lee's attention was all on Chin-Shi, so he didn't notice that the snow had strangely covered the tracks. Therefore, as soon as he got off the car, he stepped on the thick snow and frantically ran toward Chin-Shi. "Mr. Chun, are you okay?" It wasn't easy to be a guard. In times of crisis, not only did he have to use his hands to block the enemy's blade, he also had to sacrifice his body to block bullets for his superior. If anything happened to Chin-Shi as a guard, he would be held responsible by the army. The honest Iron Egg Lee didn't understand the concept of EX level. He always thought that Chin-Shi only knew a little martial arts. "I'm fine, don't worry." Seeing this, Chin-Shi smiled and patted him on the shoulder, indicating that he didn't have to worry. Iron Egg Lee was not good with words. After seeing that Chin-Shi was fine, he forced a smile and said, "Mr. Chun, the snow is so heavy, it's very dangerous. If you want to know the situation outside, just let me know. I'm a scout, I specialize in this kind of thing." "Okay, I got it." Hearing this, Chin-Shi smiled and nodded. While the two of them were talking, the others got out of the car. The people in Chin-Shi's car were all normal people. A few of the professors were blown by the cold wind and immediately shivered, so they quickly got back into the car. The people in the other two cars were Wulian people, so they didn't have much of a reaction when they got out of the car. Among them, there was a great master in the Kong state named He Tiangang. After he got out of the car, he went directly to Chin-Shi, then respectfully bowed to him and said, "Mr. Chen, you've worked hard." Maybe it was because of their trust in Chin-Shi, the Wulian only sent one person in the Kong state, and the rest were all in the transforming state. He Tiangang was the one with the highest cultivation level among all the people present, other than Chin-Shi. Therefore, he could roughly hear some movements. For example, the movement caused by the avalanche, and the roar of the Shiva statue. He Tiangang was a smart person, so he didn't tell everyone what happened outside. When he saw that Chin-Shi seemed to have taken care of everything, he immediately ran over to express his gratitude to Chin-Shi. Showing his presence in front of an X-level master, and flattering him without batting an eyelid was always a good thing. Seeing this, Chin-Shi smiled and went back to the car. He Tiangang was still smiling because his cultivation level was low, and he didn't understand the specific situation. If he really saw what happened, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to stand in front of Chin-Shi. In order to form a glacier, there must be a lot of snow. Therefore, storms were actually very common in the Siachen Glacier. This snowstorm lasted for a long time, and it didn't stop until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The convoy obviously couldn't stay here forever, so they set off again in the snow. In this terrible weather, unless the Indian soldiers were made of iron, they wouldn't patrol the mountains. The all-terrain vehicle traveled smoothly through the mountains. After 2 hours of driving, Chin-Shi and the others finally arrived at their destination, Siachen Pass. Chapter 243. India's mountain combat troops were the army with the most experience in high-altitude and cold areas in the world. From 1984 until now, the Indians had successfully built at least 150 strongholds here. But seriously, this place was more meaningful than practical. The temperature was -50 degrees, and it was often accompanied by snowstorms and hailstorms that reached 100 kilometers per hour. If it weren't for the appearance of an oasis, Huaxia obviously wouldn't have sent people here to investigate. Perhaps it was because of the weather, Chin-Shi and his team didn't encounter any Indian sentries along the way. After the all-terrain vehicle went over a small mountain, everyone suddenly felt that their vision suddenly widened. This was a huge flat terrain zone. The towering icebergs were like a barrier, blocking the wind and snow on the other side of the mountain. If one were to look down from the sky from an airplane, one would find that the terrain of this place was like a gourd. It was composed of 2 oval plains, one big and one small, connected together. The surrounding area was full of rising mountains and precipitous ridges. The waist of the gourd was the so-called Siala Mountain Pass. The motorcade went over the short mountain and came to the mouth of the gourd. Then they suddenly stopped not far from the mouth of the gourd, because everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. People who had never seen a glacier might not be able to imagine what kind of scene it was. The ground was white, the mountains were white, and the sky was white. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was an extreme scene of ice and snow. However, in such a pure world of ice and snow, a large oasis appeared out of thin air. First of all, it was unscientific. Secondly, it was unscientific. Finally, it was unscientific. On the side of the Siachen Glacier, snow was everywhere. Although the weather now was much better than in the morning, there was still light snow in the sky. The entire sky was shrouded by dark clouds, and it was a hazy scene. However, inside the mouth of the gourd, there were lush plants and green grass. The dark clouds and snow seemed to be blocked by the towering mountains, so the bright sun shone from the sky and illuminated the entire valley. The driver was a little unsure of the situation. For the sake of insurance, he stopped the car outside the valley. After the 4 professors in the car saw the scene in front of them, they immediately walked out of the car and carefully observed the surrounding situation. It was still snowing outside the valley, but inside the valley, the sun was shining brightly. From a scientific point of view, this situation could be explained with a convincing explanation. But what was the situation with the plants inside? Not only was it winter, but they were also in the highlands that were more than 6,000 meters above sea level. The climate was comparable to that of the Antarctic. Even if there were plants in such places, they were of the lower order, such as mosses or ferns. The seemingly inconspicuous grass by the roadside was actually a high-grade plant, so it was absolutely impossible for it to appear in such an extremely cold area. Professor He shuddered and hugged his jacket tighter before squatting down to dig at the snow. He wanted to check the temperature of the soil here. However, after digging at least half a meter deep and not seeing any soil, Professor He wisely gave up on this idea. This place was full of pine snow. Even if he continued to dig, he would probably only be able to dig out a glacier that had not melted for 10,000 years. While the professors were studying the differences between the inside and outside of the valley, He Tiangang stealthily led the Wu Lian people into the gourd with Chen Shi's permission. He Tiangang did not see any Indian soldiers along the way, so he assumed the Indians were hiding in the oasis. Therefore, he wanted to sneak in to take a look. However, when He Tiangang stealthily approached the mouth of the gourd, he was shocked to discover that there were no Indian soldiers in the valley. In fact, there were not even any living creatures in the valley. There seemed to be an invisible dividing line at the mouth of the valley. The moment He Tiangang crossed it, the surrounding temperature shot up abruptly. It was as though he had suddenly arrived in Sanya from the northeast. In fact, it was even more exaggerated than that. The temperature difference soared to more than 70 degrees Celsius. The Wu Lian people immediately dispersed and went deeper into the oasis to investigate the situation. At this time, Chen Shi also slowly crossed the dividing line. However, the moment he crossed the dividing line, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The spirit energy here was so dense. It was comparable to Tian Xian. Was this the phenomenon brought about by the revival of spirit energy? Chen Shi stood at the mouth of the gourd and raised his head slightly to look at the blue sky above the valley. This place was actually a natural spirit gathering formation. Every mountain, and even every boulder in the surrounding area occupied the key positions needed to set up the formation. Was all of this man-made, or was it the will of the heavens? Chen Shi frowned slightly. After standing at the mouth of the gourd and sensing for a while, he waved his sleeves and concealed his figure. Then he suddenly flew into the sky above the valley. He looked down at the entire oasis from the sky. Everything in the oasis was in his eyes. Apart from their group, there was no one else in the huge oasis. Since there were cultivators stopping them from entering the mountain, it meant that India knew about the existence of this place and had sent people to guard it to the death. Then, where were the Indians? Perhaps because the oasis had just appeared, the trees in the valley were not flourishing. Apart from the lush green grass, there were only a few scattered trees and shrubs. When he first saw this valley of green grass, it gave him a breathtaking feeling. However, after looking at it for a long time, this valley gave him a very strange feeling. The sun was shining brightly, the vegetation was lush, and it was as peaceful and warm as a park in the afternoon. However, it gave him a vague feeling that this place was very deserted, and at the same time very strange. Chunshi frowned and pondered for a moment. Only then did he realize that it was because there were no sounds of animals or insects in the valley. At the same time, there was no sound of wind. The entire valley was eerily quiet. Chunshi flew in the sky and quietly observed the actions of everyone below. He Tiangang led a team to carefully inspect the oasis. Several professors were busy moving various instruments out of the all-terrain vehicles. Everything seemed normal. Apart from discovering that this was a natural spirit-gathering formation, he did not find anything unusual. However, this was why it seemed a little abnormal. She didn't know why, but Chunshi always had a feeling that a storm was coming. However, he could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. This feeling. Chunshi frowned. After pondering for a while, he suddenly realized that this feeling had already appeared once before. When this feeling first appeared, it was also when he discovered that the earth spirit chi had begun to recover. That was a normal human reaction to the unknown. That was why he instinctively felt repulsed. Chapter 244. In such a remote area, logistical supplies could only be transported by helicopter. Therefore, even if the Siala Pass was a strategic military area, the number of soldiers stationed around it generally did not exceed a platoon. A platoon had 3 squads, each squad had 10 people. Due to the special nature of the mission and the fact that they did not know how important the oasis was to the Indians, Wu Yan sent masters who were at least masters or above. In addition, he invited Chunshi and Yex level Celestial to lead the team. This was already an indication of how important the oasis was. Once they were discovered by the Indian garrison, the martial artists would be able to restrain them while the professors would take the opportunity to collect samples and data. There was no problem with the plan. However, to everyone's surprise, there was not a single person in the oasis. He Tiangang also felt that something was wrong. Therefore, after he confirmed that the oasis was safe, he still ordered everyone to spread out and be on guard to ensure the smooth progress of the mission. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. The other professors did not have as many concerns as He Tiangang. After hearing He Tiangang say that it was safe here, they openly set up tents in the oasis. They then moved all kinds of instruments inside and powered up the all-terrain vehicle. It was as if they had set up a temporary laboratory here. Chunshi did not find anything strange. After pondering for a while, he decided to just cultivate here. After all, it was a sacred place for cultivation. He could not just let it go to waste. In the blink of an eye, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Dinner was very simple. It was Huaxia Army's individual rations. Just when everyone was taking turns to eat, Chunshi suddenly found He Tiangang and handed him a stone. The stone was the most common stone, but Chunshi cast a spell on it. If anything happened, He Tiangang only needed to throw the stone on the ground, and he would know immediately no matter where he was. As for where he was going, was there a need? Of course, he was going home after work. He had been separated from the little guy for a whole day. Chunshi really missed the cute little guy. Since he did not find anything strange, he did not need to stay here all the time. After all, compared to cultivation, Chunshi preferred to be with the clingy little guy. He Tiangang was different from the straightforward Li Taidan. He knew Chunshi's strength very well, so he did not dare to ask too much. Therefore, after taking the stone from Chunshi, He Tiangang carefully put it in his pocket. Not to mention a stone, even if Chunshi gave him a pile of shit, He Tiangang would still put it away properly. In order to prevent Li Taidan from worrying, Chunshi specifically went to greet him before she left, saying that she was going out with He Tiangang for a walk. Only then did Li Taidan feel relieved. Then Chunshi flew into the sky. However, before he left, he still glanced at the oasis below with some concern. After confirming that there were no problems, Chunshi flew back to Rong City without looking back. When Chunshi returned to Aunt Zhang's house, the family was happily sitting on the sofa and watching cartoons with the little guy. Chun-Shi gently knocked on the door. Although the sound was soft, it immediately attracted the little guy's attention. Then, she suddenly bounced up from the sofa as if she had been electrocuted. Before Aunt Zhang could react, the little guy had jumped off the sofa and ran quickly to the door. As she ran, she shouted loudly, "Papa is back! Papa is back!" Chun-Shi heard his daughter's sweet voice through the iron door. He could not help but smile. Time seemed to return to the time in Gangju district. At that time, didn't the little guy look forward to him coming home from work every day? Home is a warm harbor. Come back to rest when you are tired. It was a simple sentence, but at this time, it resonated deeply with the people in the room. The old-fashioned iron door was quickly opened. The little guy followed her grandmother's instructions and opened the door only a crack. She tilted her little head and looked outside with one eye. After confirming that it was indeed Chun-Shi standing outside, she suddenly opened the iron door and rushed directly to Chun-Shi. "Papa!" Seeing the little guy rushing to him, Chun-Shi quickly squatted down and held her in his arms. After kissing the little guy's smooth little face, Chun-Shi asked with a smile, "Nian Nian, do you miss Papa?" Hearing this, the little guy suddenly grinned and said, "Yes. Good girl." Moo. After Chun-Shi walked into the house with the little guy in his arms, Aunt Zhang immediately stood up and asked with a smile, "Have you eaten? There are still some dishes. I'll heat them up for you." While speaking, Aunt Zhang was about to go to the kitchen. Seeing this, Chun-Shi immediately stopped her and said with a smile, "No, I've eaten outside." "Okay, sit down. I'll get you a glass of water. I can do it myself." "How can that be?" Aunt Zhang smiled and patted Chun-Shi's hand away, then went into the kitchen to get him some water. Chun-Shi could only smile helplessly since her objection was futile. Auntie Zhang was still treating him as a guest. When Chun-Shi sat next to her with the little guy in his arms, Qin Ruoying asked with a little concern, "Are you okay?" "Of course not. You know how powerful your husband is. Look at you." Seeing his relaxed face, Qin Ruoying was relieved and did not ask any more questions. While Chun-Shi was talking to her, she placed the little guy between the two of them. Seeing this, the little fellow immediately stretched out her two little hands happily. She held Papa on the left and Mama on the right, and then naughtily pulled them to her side. On the big sofa, the family of three was tightly squeezed together. When Aunt Zhang came out of the kitchen with cold water and saw this scene, she could not help smiling. After waiting for so many years, she finally saw their family reunion. The little thing was curled up between the couple. When it saw its grandmother come out, it immediately stretched out its body and lay on Qin Ruoying's body. It patted the sofa next to it and shouted, "Grandma, come and sit too." "Okay, Grandma, sit down." Aunt Zhang handed the cup to Chun-Shi and touched his little head lovingly. Then she sat next to Qin Ruoying. Then the little thing jumped off the sofa. After taking a serious look at each of her relatives in front of her, she introduced them one by one to the air, as if she was practicing to introduce her relatives to strangers. "This is my papa. This is my mama. This is my grandma." In fact, this was a child's mentality to show off. Of course, she couldn't help showing off now that she had everything she didn't have before. Her childish and naive behavior amused everyone so much that they couldn't help but shake their heads and burst out laughing. Chapter 245. The whole family happily sat on the sofa and watched cartoons. The little fellow watched TV while holding Chun-Shi's mobile phone. Although the cartoons were very interesting, she still looked down at the phone from time to time, and then grinned. And the thing that made her so happy was actually just a photo. It was a family photo consisting of her, Papa, Mama, and Grandma. The only thing that made the little fellow feel a little regretful was, the big cat was not in the family photo. Although the little fellow had the twin brothers as good friends, the big cat was her first real companion, so she naturally would not forget the big cat. But unfortunately, the big cat did not come to Chengdu with them. The big cat seemed to retain some of its animal nature, so it was not willing to exercise in winter, and stayed at home all day. When they set off from Shangjing, Chun-Shi did not force the big cat to accompany them, but very kindly asked if it would like to go back to Chengdu with them to play. The big cat was also a little tempted, but when it heard that it was going to take a plane, it was suddenly scared and jumped to the beam, then shook its head like a rattle drum and decisively refused Chun-Shi's proposal. It could be seen how much it hated to take a plane. It was night. After the little fellow fell asleep, Chunshi gently turned over from her, and then quietly lay side by side with Qin Ruoying. Qin Ruoying also seemed to enjoy this feeling, so for the first time, she did not cultivate tonight. In the dark, the couple's fingers were clasped, and their hands were connected, silently feeling each other's existence. At this moment they were happy. However, at this dull and sweet moment of happiness, Chunshi suddenly frowned, because the stone was activated by He Tiangang. Qin Ruoying was now a successful cultivator, so she immediately noticed the abnormality from Chunshi's hand. So she quickly turned her head and whispered in the dark, "What's wrong?" "There's a problem. The thing that second aunt asked you to help with." "Yes." "Then go quickly. Be careful. We'll wait for you at home." "All right, don't worry. I'll be back once the matter is settled." Chunshi first squeezed her hand, then leaned over and gently left a kiss on her lips. Only then did he reluctantly get off the bed. After all, He Tiangang was a great grandmaster in Gang State. It was impossible for him to joke with Chunshi about this kind of thing. Something must have happened for him to activate the stone that Chunshi had given him. Thinking of this, Chunshi couldn't help but quicken his steps. But before he left, he didn't forget to go to the little fellow's side. He bent down and pecked the little fellow's cute little face before he left the house with a frown. As soon as he walked out of the building, Chunshi soared into the sky and flew directly in the direction of the Karakoram mountain range. The moon was very bright tonight. Perhaps because of the high altitude, the moon in the Karakoram mountain range looked significantly bigger than the moon in Chengdu. The cold moonlight shone on the undulating ice mountains, as if it was draped with a thin layer of silver yarn. When Chunshi crossed the Karakoram mountain range and arrived at the Sayakin Glacier, he saw that the Sayakin mountain pass seemed to be completely covered by a mass of dark clouds from afar. The dark clouds were very thick like a lid, covering the entire Sayakin mountain pass, so tightly that he couldn't see the situation below at all. Seeing this, Chunshi couldn't help but frown slightly. This scene was a bit strange no matter how he looked at it. But looking at the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the surroundings, it didn't seem to be caused by humans. This was a bit strange. Chunshi flew above the dark clouds. After looking down for a while, he suddenly snapped his fingers. Then a ball of light suddenly jumped out of his fingertip. The light ball was very weak at first, but it emitted a faint glow. But as Chunshi threw the light ball downwards, the light ball became brighter and brighter. Finally, the light ball was like a magnesium lamp, bursting with extremely dazzling light. The light ball quickly floated above the dark clouds. The dark clouds themselves were colorless. Many people thought the dark clouds were black because the water vapor in them was too heavy, which greatly affected the light. In addition, the clouds were too thick and completely blocked the light, so people thought the dark clouds were black. After the light ball went into the dark clouds, the light suddenly became a bit hazy. It was like driving on the highway in a fog. Even if the lights were on, one could only see a few meters away. The clouds were very thick. As the light ball went deeper and deeper, it finally completely lost its light. Chunshi flew in the sky and watched the light ball gradually being swallowed by the dark clouds. He couldn't help but let out a cold snort, then plunged into the dark clouds. He wanted to see what was going on inside. Chunshi was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he reached the ground. But when he reached the ground, he realized that the entire Siala Pass was filled with dark clouds. The visibility was less than 1 meter. It was clouds in the sky, but on the ground, it could only be called fog. The thick fog covered everything. At the same time, the oasis was just like during the day. There was no sound around. Silence eerie. If Chunshi was a normal person, he would probably faint from the scene in front of him. After all, who knew if a ghost face would suddenly appear in the thick fog, or if an arm would reach out? Chunshi snapped his fingers again. This time, 4 light balls appeared at the same time. The 4 light balls burst out with a strong light, which immediately pushed the visibility of the surroundings to more than 5 meters. At this time, Chunshi saw the temporary laboratory that the professors built during the day. There was no one in the laboratory. The indicators of the various instruments were not lit up. It seemed like there was no electricity at all. 3 all-terrain vehicles were parked next to the laboratory, and there was no one in the vehicles. A total of more than 20 people just disappeared into thin air. Humph. It seemed like Chun-Shi was bored of this exploration game, and he suddenly let out an angry snort. Then, the sky spill godly sword appeared next to him. Chun-Shi held the long sword in his hand and slashed at the thick fog in front of him. A crescent-shaped sword aura suddenly burst out, and it created a strong wind that directly slashed at the thick fog in front of him. Since the fog was blocking his vision, he had to clear the fog first. However, what Chun-Shi didn't expect was that after the crescent-shaped sword aura flew for more than 10 meters, it suddenly disappeared into the thick fog. Seeing this, the expression on Chun-Shi's face suddenly became slightly more serious. The sword aura he released was swallowed by the thick fog. The thick fog swallowed his sword aura? Are you kidding? Chapter 246. The fog was like the souls of the dead from the 9 serenities. It was as if it wanted to devour everything. Chun-Shi's crescent-shaped sword aura only flew for about 10 meters before it completely lost its glow in the thick fog. Although it was just a casual swing of his sword, and was not an exquisite move, it should not have been so weak. This situation really shocked Chun-Shi, and caused him to instantly get into battle mode. But what was out of Chun-Shi's expectations was that he waited in the thick fog for quite a while, but did not discover any danger lurking in the fog. Everything was very calm. It was as if it was just a natural fog. Chun-Shi held the Tianyan sword in his hand and frowned as he constantly observed the thick fog in front of him. His divine sense was sealed, so he could only rely on his 5 senses to observe the outside world. The fog was so thick that it could not be seen through or blown away. Even if there were light balls in all directions, Chun-Shi could only see within 10 meters at most. This feeling really made him very unhappy. Chun-Shi stood in the thick fog for a long time. After a long while he seemed to have thought of something and a thoughtful expression suddenly appeared on his face. Thus he stretched out his arm and opened his palm. A miniature spirit gathering formation immediately appeared in Chun-Shi's palm. Following the activation of the spirit gathering array, a faint cyclone rose from his palm shakily. The spirit gathering formation was the most basic formation, and its working principle was very simple. After it was successfully set up, it would be like a tornado and constantly revolve around the eye of the formation to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Thus, when the spirit gathering formation appeared, the cyclone condensed and formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its color also became darker and darker, until it finally became an extremely thick milky white. In less than a minute, Chun-Shi suddenly felt a cold feeling in his palm. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that a drop of water had suddenly condensed in the center of the cyclone. Seeing this, Chun-Shi's expression suddenly became one of realization. He finally understood what this thick fog was. Just like how water can be divided into gaseous, liquid, and solid forms, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth can also be divided into several forms. Under normal circumstances, mortals were unable to see the heaven and earth spirit chi. However, if the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was too dense, it would become as hazy as fog. This form of spiritual chi of heaven and earth was also called spiritual fog by immortal cultivators. The mist was in a liquid state, but it was made up of extremely fine water droplets, which was why it could float in the air. In addition, when the spiritual chi of heaven and earth reached a certain level, it would completely change from a gaseous state to a liquid state, which was the so-called spiritual liquid. Spirit liquid was extremely rare. Chun-Shi had only seen it a few times in Heavenly Spiral. As for the solid spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which was the legendary spiritual crystal, he had only heard of it but never seen it before. It completely existed in legends. The reason why Chun-Shi didn't immediately recognize that it was a spiritual mist was because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this form had already become a whole. Just like a balloon filled with water, every drop of the spiritual mist contained surging spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This spiritual chi would not leak out, so only by piercing the balloon could one feel the energy contained within. It turned out that the entire sky above this huge oasis was actually filled with spiritual mist. This was a little interesting. Chun-Shi withdrew the celestial sword Dharma idol, and then activated the technique. At that moment, his entire body seemed to have turned into a human-shaped black hole, and he began to madly devour the spiritual mist around him. However, now was obviously not the time to cultivate, so he could only devour the spiritual mist as he silently walked into the depths of the oasis. At that moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Chen Shi's mind. The mysterious village hidden in the depths of the Qinling Mountains, after hundreds of years of accumulation by the Great Spirit Binding Array, only caused a spiritual qi tide that lasted less than 15 minutes. The spiritual qi tide successfully opened a crack in the sky and created the existence of the heavenly generals, who were completely beyond the current realm on Earth. If the elders waited until the spiritual qi revival to open the array, would they be able to directly open the divine gate? Thinking of this, Chen Shi could not help but raise his eyebrows. He could not help but be curious about what was behind the divine gate. What level of existence would the heavenly generals be considered in the divine gate? Chen Shi's thoughts drifted further and further away. At this moment, something that suddenly appeared in front of him pulled him back from his thoughts abruptly. A tree appeared in front of Chen Shi. A huge tree. Because the visibility was too low, Chen Shi could only walk around the tree. This turn was incredible. The diameter of this tree was more than 20 meters, which meant that the circumference of this tree was at least 70 to 80 meters. If he remembered correctly, this place during the day, other than the green grass, there were only some trees and shrub seedlings. Only a few hours had passed? How could such a huge tree appear out of nowhere? How could Chen Shi not be surprised? Although Chen Shi could also make the green mountains bloom with red makeup, and make the thousands of maple leaves bloom with magic. However, he definitely could not make a seedling turn into a 1,000-year-old ancient tree in an instant. The diameter of this tree was more than 20 meters, and he did not know how tall this tree was. Chen Shi stood under the tree and looked up, but the thick spirit fog completely blocked his vision, so he could not see the situation above the tree trunk at all. Seeing this, Chen Shi thought about it and took a step forward, wanting to touch the bark of this tree. However, the moment his palm touched the tree bark, something unexpected happened. A formless energy suddenly surged in from all directions like a hurricane, formless but extraordinarily powerful. Chen Shi's reaction was also very fast. The Tianyan sword appeared in his hand almost instantly, followed by a clang sound. He originally thought that there was an enemy attack, but when Chen Shi turned around with the sword in his hand, he realized that there was a new change in the spirit fog behind him. Just like how Moses parted the sea in the legends, the spiritual fog that was so thick that even he couldn't disperse seemed to be pushed to the sides by two invisible glass walls. So much so that a passage appeared in front of him out of thin air. The passage was pitch black. Seeing this, Chen Shi immediately flicked his finger. A ball of light suddenly flew into the depths of the dark passage. The passage was not very long, and the ball of light quickly flew to the end. At this time, Chen Shi also saw the thing at the end of the passage. It was a huge stone tablet. It was not right to call it a stone tablet, because this stone tablet was shining brightly under the light of the ball of light, constantly reflecting the unique luster of metal. The stone tablet was very big, at least 10 meters tall and 2 to 3 meters wide. On the surface of the tablet, there was a line of ancient characters which read, Chapter 247. Chen Shi looked at the stone tablet at the end of the tunnel, then turned back to look at the giant tree behind him. At this moment he could not help but shake his head and laugh. Spiritual qi revival, heaven and earth phenomenon? This was getting more and more interesting. Perhaps it was because of his boldness. Chen Shi did not think too much. He held the Tianyan sword and walked into the tunnel that suddenly appeared. Just like the spiritual fog that filled the sky, the tree and the stone tablet were strange existences that suddenly appeared tonight. Thus, everything in front of him was either an illusion or a large-scale formation. With Chen Shi's current cultivation, an illusion that could affect his mind would at least require a cultivator of the insightful emptiness realm to cast. But what kind of existence was the insightful emptiness realm? With Earth's current conditions, it was obviously impossible to give birth to a cultivator of the divine transformation realm. After eliminating the illusion, there was only one possibility left. This was a large-scale formation that stole the fortune of heaven and earth. A large-scale formation that used the spiritual fog as the foundation, the tree as the formation door, and the stone tablet as the formation core. When the spiritual fog appeared, the formation would be activated. Because Chun-Shi touched the tree, he was pulled into the formation. There were many uses for formations, but looking at the current situation, the formation in front of him should not be a support formation like the spirit gathering formation. It was very likely to be a killing formation. A formation whose main purpose was to kill. Since he was already in the formation, he had to find the formation core if he wanted to break the formation. Chun-Shi quickly came to the side of the stone tablet. After carefully looking at the stone tablet, he realized that other than the words, "Exorcise evil and seal demons" on the front, the back of the stone tablet also had the words "Human Desires, Heaven's Wrath Prison." Seeing this, Chun-Shi held the Tianyan sword and gently slashed at the stone tablet. As expected, when the tip of the sword touched the stone tablet, it was like a stone falling into a calm water surface. The place where the tip of the sword touched actually had a slight ripple. This huge stone tablet was actually an illusion that was similar to a mirage. Since the stone tablet was just an illusion, Chun-Shi didn't want to stay any longer. He picked up his sword and walked towards the back of the stone tablet. As if he was strolling in his own backyard, Chun-Shi leisurely strolled through the thick fog. There was originally a thick fog behind the stone tablet, but as Chun-Shi continued to go deeper, the fog in front of him became thinner and thinner. In the end, a faint light shone out from the fog. When Chun-Shi finally walked out of the fog in an instant, golden light filled the sky. Just like the rising sun, thousands of golden rays of light shot from the front and shone directly on Chun-Shi's body. Chun-Shi looked forward against the golden light and realized that he was in a strange place. This was a huge square, but it was not empty at all. Instead, it was piled with countless treasures. Just like in The Hobbit, where the dragon Smaug occupied the lonely mountain treasury, countless gold, silver, and jewels were randomly piled up in the square. It was a dazzling array. It was so dazzling that it almost blinded people's eyes. It was estimated that the current gold and silver reserves in the world couldn't form such a huge scale. If such a treasury was discovered by outsiders, who knew what kind of uproar it would cause? In the 18th century, California in the United States was originally a very remote and backward place. However, after the news of the discovery of gold in California spread, the entire United States and even the world was shocked. Thousands of gold miners flocked to California. The population boom led to the emergence of several international metropolises in California, such as Hollywood and Los Angeles. As a result, California went from a small and remote place to one of the top administrative regions in the United States. From this, it could be seen how tempting gold, silver, and jewels were to humans. If the news of the treasury was leaked, Huaxia would probably start a war with the Indians tomorrow. Ordinary people scrambled for gold, silver, and jewels, but to Chun-Shi, this treasury was obviously not as valuable as a drop of spirit fog. Therefore, even if there was a mountain of gold and a sea of silver in front of him, he didn't even look at it. He stood at the entrance and looked around. The treasury was very quiet. There was no one and no strange movements. Other than the countless gold, silver, and jewels, there was only a winding stone path in this huge square. The stone path crossed the entire square, and at the end was a large expanse of thick fog. Seeing this, Chun-Shi didn't delay any longer, and walked directly into the depths of the square along the path. Both sides of the path were piled with priceless gold, silver, and jewels. He only needed to bend down slightly, and Chun-Shi could pick up a palm-sized gold brick from the ground. However, he still didn't look at it and walked on the path without looking sideways. Soon, Chun-Shi came to the end of the path. The thick fog engulfed him again. The moment Chun-Shi walked into the fog, the square suddenly changed. The countless mountains of gold and silver suddenly turned into a scalp-numbing sea of corpses and blood. How was this a treasury? It was simply hell. Countless corpses were piled up randomly. The mountains of gold became mountains of limbs, and the sea of silver became lakes of blood. If one looked closely, one could see many soldiers wearing Indian military uniforms. It was no wonder that when Chun-Shi and his group arrived at the oasis, they didn't see a single Indian soldier. They must have been wiped out in this strange place. Chun-Shi continued to walk in the thick fog. By the time the fog had thinned out and the light had returned, he had arrived at a new place. It was a new square. However, The square was no longer piled with gold, silver, and jewels. Instead, it was filled with countless large icicles that looked like clusters of crystals. Similarly, there was still a stone path winding through the square. Chunshi continued to walk along the path. When he passed by the icicles, he suddenly realized that there was a woman sealed in each icicle. Countless devastatingly beautiful women were all stark naked without a stitch of clothing on. Although these women were sealed in the icicles, their expressions and postures were extremely seductive and lustful. Just looking at them a few more times could make one's heart burn with lust. With Chunshi's appearance, the women in the icicles seemed to have come alive. They lay in the icicles and kept changing all kinds of seductive postures. They even faintly let out a series of extremely erotic moans. For a moment, the square was filled with erotic scenes. Such a scene made Chunshi frown uncontrollably. He now had a rough idea of what this formation was all about. The formation in front of him was different from traditional killing formations. Although it was also offensive, it wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, it would set up all kinds of traps to lure people into it. Once the person who entered the formation couldn't resist and touched the traps, death would await them. However, with this level of temptation, let alone immortal cultivators, even martial artists with slightly higher cultivation wouldn't be able to tempt them. It was too easy. Therefore, Chunshi didn't stop at all. He directly passed through the square and entered the fog again. As he continued to move forward, Chunshi's frown deepened. He really didn't understand now. No matter what, this was a large-scale formation that used spirit fog as its base. Was this all it could do? Chapter 248. Chunshi walked through the fog. When the fog in front of him thinned again, he came to the third square. Slightly different from the previous two squares, the third square was covered with lush vegetation. As soon as he stepped into it, he felt as if he was in a primitive forest. However, there were no signs of any living creatures in this primitive forest. Although he was not close to the square, a strong herbal fragrance went straight to the tip of Chunshi's nose. As far as the eye could see, this place was simply like a paradise. Money and beautiful women. Is it time for spiritual herbs and rare treasures? Chunshi thoughtfully glanced at the rare fruits, lingji, and immortal herbs on the square, but her feet still didn't stop for a moment. He seemed to be strolling slowly, but in fact, he used the means of shrinking the ground. In a few steps, he crossed the entire square, and then disappeared into the thick fog again. Among the 5 elements, metal, wood, and water had appeared. If nothing unexpected happened, the next should be the fire array or the earth array. As expected, when Chunshi came to the 4th square, he suddenly felt a wave of heat hit him in the face. Countless huge copper pillars were erected in the huge square. Below the pillars, a raging fire was burning. It looked somewhat similar to the tortures of the ancient times. If the metal array and the water array were only targeted at ordinary people, then the wood and fire arrays had begun to target cultivators. Especially the fire array. When Chunshi stepped into the fire array, the heat in the air faintly raised an inexplicable irritation in his heart. At this time, Chunshi found that this array was not as simple as it looked on the surface. In fact, if this array had not been affecting the mind of the person who entered the array, there were probably not many muddle-headed people who would easily touch the trap in such a strange place. After all, how could gold, silver, jewels, and beautiful women be more important than their own lives? The stranger the environment, the more cautious people should be. Chunshi thought silently as he walked through the fire array and into the thick fog again. There was only one earth array left. However, when the fog in front of him thinned again, what appeared in front of Chunshi was no longer the square, but a very familiar place. His and Yingying's home. Zhonghai, Kongju District. Although Chunshi had lived in the Sai courtyard for a period of time, the home that he truly recognized in his heart was still this slightly shabby demolition community. Looking at the familiar scene before him, even Chunshi couldn't help but be stunned. The furnishings in the room were the same as before. Old furniture, picture albums scattered all over the place, and everything else. It was all so real. Just as Chunshi was lost in thought, a clear and melodious papa came from behind him. Papa! Chunshi looked back and saw Nianyan standing behind him. She was holding a picture book and seemed to want to hand it to him. Papa, tell a story. Nian raised her small hand with great effort, as if she wanted to stuff the album into Chunxi's hands. Chunxi lowered his head and looked at Nian's cute smiling face and expectant eyes. At this moment, he was strangely enraged. Because he was so angry, it even caused the veins on his forehead to bulge. A dragon has a reverse scale, and a wolf has a thorn. Kill if you look at it, kill if you touch it. This array dared to touch the softest part of his heart, and tried to conjure a little girl to deceive him. Damn it. Kill, kill, kill. In a fit of rage, Chunxi slapped the picture book in Nian's hand. Then he let out a roar and said, "Sword, come." He hadn't been so angry in a long time. Daring to have ideas about Nian. Kill without mercy. Chunxi suddenly stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. But that familiar feeling didn't appear. Because the sword didn't come. The sky spill divine sword didn't appear. Chunxi couldn't help but look at his right hand in surprise. Then he activated the spell and tried to use his true essence to condense the divine sword Dharma again. But at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. "Chunxi, what are you doing? Are you crazy? You're scaring her." With a shout, Qin Ruoying, who was wearing an apron, rushed out of the kitchen and hugged Nian in a panic. She comforted her in a low voice. Nian was obviously frightened by Chunxi's reaction. After Qin Ruoying hugged her, she suddenly pouted her little mouth and cried out loud. "Wah! Nian, don't cry. Mommy is here, don't cry, don't cry." Qin Ruoying squatted on the ground and hugged Nian tightly in her arms. While comforting the child, she raised her head and glared fiercely at Chunxi. Then she shouted angrily, "Are you crazy? Look clearly. She is Nian. She is your daughter." Qin Ruoying roared at Chunxi, then she seemed to think of something. She couldn't help muttering in a panic. "No, your illness is getting worse and worse. Nian, Dad is sick again. Let's go get the medicine for Dad." Hearing this, Nian seemed to be frightened. After looking back at Chunxi with red eyes, Nian sniffed and tried to stop crying. Looking at his wife and daughter in panic, Chunxi couldn't help but let out a low roar. Fuck! This array formation had actually affected his mind. Chunxi originally came in with the mentality of playing, but he didn't expect that even he would be lost in this array. Thinking of this, Chunxi couldn't help but show a dignified expression on his face. Then he suddenly put his palms together and made a gesture with a solemn expression. 49 Styles of Tianyu, Spell Section. 10th Manifestation, Break Illusion. It specializes in breaking all illusions and illusions in the world. However, at this moment, Chunxi seemed to have completely lost his cultivation, and there was no trace of true spirit surging all over his body. He tried to use Break Illusion, but everything was still the same. And Qin Ruoying, after seeing Chunxi's behavior, seemed to be frightened by something. He picked up Nian, then rushed into the bedroom. Looking at Qin Ruoying's frightened look, Chunxi's brows were frowning more and more. Break Illusion failed. It seemed that his consciousness had been completely lost in this array. He thought that this was just a simple killing array, but he didn't expect it to be a composite array of killing, illusion, trapping, and disturbance. His current situation was somewhat similar to the state of his soul leaving his body. His physical body was still in place, but his consciousness was trapped in the illusion built by the array. Therefore, in this situation, he couldn't be anxious, and could only slowly think of a way to break the array. Illusion arrays could also kill people, and the principle was similar to the triple dream realm in the inception space, causing the consciousness of the person who entered the array to be trapped in the illusion and never be able to wake up. To break the illusion, it wasn't easy, but it was actually very simple. It was easy, but it was actually very difficult. This was because it had nothing to do with cultivation. It was all about one's willpower. Don't forget your original intention. These 4 words were the divine weapon to break all illusions in the world. Thinking of this, Chunxi immediately sat cross-legged, held his breath, and tried to find a way to wake himself up. And not long after he sat cross-legged. Chapter 249. Qin Ruoying took out a few pills and tried to stuff them into Chunxi's mouth. This was haloperidol, a very common antipsychotic drug. It was mainly used to fight hallucinations and delusions. It had a certain sedative effect, and at the same time, it was also toxic. Chunshi sat cross-legged in the living room like a stone Buddha. No matter how Qin Ruoying tried to persuade him, he had no intention of opening his mouth. Nian was lying in the corridor outside the bedroom. She tilted her head and only revealed a pair of eyes. She silently looked at her parents in the living room. Perhaps it was because he had just cried, but the little guy's eyes were red, giving him a pitiful look. Nian and Yingying, these were the two most important people in Chunxi's life. At the same time, they were also Chunxi's weakness. In the Tianxian world, most cultivators were far more afraid of illusion arrays than killing arrays. Once one entered a killing array, there was only a slim chance of survival. Although illusion arrays did not kill people, they were more frightening than killing arrays. This was because illusion arrays could make people lose themselves and willingly sink into the beautiful illusion carefully woven by illusion arrays. Until the person's physical body died and their soul dissipated, there was no way to wake up. Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly? Or a butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou? She look at me, I'm Yingying. Be obedient, okay? Take the medicine obediently, okay? Look at Nian, you scared her. Don't be like this, okay? We were very worried about you. Qin Ruoying's slightly worried voice kept ringing in Chunxi's ears. But Chunxi sat on the ground motionlessly, as if he did not hear anything. Seeing this, Qin Ruoying's face couldn't help but darken. Bean-sized tears suddenly gushed out from her eyes. Life will always experience twists and turns. If the company closes down, then so be it. Don't give yourself so much pressure, be strong. No matter what you do, I will support you, but don't give up like this, okay? I'm so scared. Qin Ruoying kept talking in Chunxi's ear. Chunxi did not have the ability to seal his hearing. Therefore, no matter how hard he tried to enter a meditative state, Qin Ruoying's words still drilled into his ears without missing a single word. From Qin Ruoying's words, Chunxi also passively understood his current situation. After he graduated from university, he started a family with Qin Ruoying. Later on, he had Nian. As the family expenses increased, he left the company to start his own business. Dreams were always beautiful. Because of his lack of experience, the company went bankrupt. Chunxi was also deeply affected by this, and even suffered from depression. In the following days, Chunxi didn't work anymore. Instead, he stayed at home every day. His condition also became more and more serious. At first, it was just insomnia. Later on, he actually developed schizophrenia. From time to time, he would go crazy like today and fantasize that he was a god more powerful than Superman. It was not the first time that Qin Ruoying saw Chunxi behave like this. Therefore, she hugged Chunxi tightly and kept whispering in his ear. Chunxi was unwilling to open his mouth, so Qin Ruoying kept trying to open Chunxi's mouth and feed him the pill. There was no doubt that this kind of care came from the heart. However, Chunxi was completely unmoved. He was always looking for a way to wake himself up. Only people who experienced the horror of the illusion array knew. Every cultivator who came out of the illusion array alive was a person with a firm mind. If even he began to doubt himself, he would only sink deeper and deeper into the illusion. Once Chunxi showed a trace of wavering, and began to think about whether everything in front of him was real or not. It actually meant that he had already fallen. Don't forget your original intention. Remember. Everything in front of him was illusory. No matter what he saw or heard, it was all fake. In fact, there was a simple and crude way to break the illusion array. That was kill Qin Ruoying in front of him. Since the illusion array confused him with his wife and daughter, the key to breaking the array was obviously Qin Ruoying and Nian. Unfortunately, even if Chunxi knew that it was an illusion, he was not willing to hurt Yingying and Nian in the illusion. This was probably the difference between him and many cultivators. No matter what Qin Ruoying said, Chunxi was unmoved. After a long time, Chunxi finally entered the state of meditative anatta. At this time, Qin Ruoying, who was next to him, suddenly showed a trace of fear on her face. She began to shake Chunxi and cried. Are you leaving us? Don't go, please. Papa, don't leave me behind. I don't want you to go. Nian also ran out of the bedroom. The mother and daughter squeezed next to him, crying and begging him to stay. At this moment, Chunxi was like a scumbag who abandoned his wife and daughter. He completely ignored his wife and daughter's cries. As his five senses became more and more blurred, Qin Ruoying and Nianyan's voices also became farther and farther away from him. The next moment, Chen Shi suddenly opened his eyes and found that he was sitting cross-legged in an empty square. There was nothing above the square, even the small path was gone. There was a thick fog in all directions. The illusion array was finally broken. Chen Shi sighed softly. With a grab, the heavenly derivation sword appeared in his hand. The familiar feeling came back again. Chen Shi stood up, but the expression on his face was still very serious. This array was really scary. Chen Shi frowned and seriously looked at the illusion around him. The current him did not dare to underestimate this array anymore. Just as Chen Shi was observing his surroundings, a crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out from behind him. Slap, slap, slap. No more, no less, just 3 slaps. Chen Shi looked back. When he saw the face of the person, Chen Shi was suddenly stunned. Because a person who absolutely could not appear here had now appeared in front of Chen Shi. This was a woman. A woman described in the Luo Shenfu. Like a light cloud covering the moon, floating like the returning snow in the wind. Looking from afar, like the sun rising in the morning. Looking closely, like a lotus blooming out of the water. The woman was wearing a blue dress and her hair was tied up in a cloud bun, but she did not wear any makeup or jewelry. Her eyebrows were dark, like the distant mountains in the fog. Her eyes were blurred, like the warm spring river. That incomparably exquisite oval face was faintly tinged with pink, which was extremely alluring. Ying stood up, as if she wanted to steal the bright light of heaven and earth. The woman walked out of the fog and walked towards Chen Shi. Seeing this, Chen Shi suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the woman was even closer to him. When the woman was about 2 meters away from Chen Shi, she finally stopped. At this moment, Chen Shi called out her name with a complicated expression. Zijin. The person who came was Goddess Zijin. Chapter 250. Skyyin Divine Sect. Yu Zijin. Someone who should not have appeared in front of Chen Shi had suddenly appeared in front of him. Yu Zijin had a faint smile on her face. But if one looked closely, there seemed to be a hint of playfulness hidden in that smile. After sizing up Chen Shi, Yu Zijin said softly, Chen Shi, long time no see. Long time no see. Suddenly seeing an old acquaintance here made Chen Shi a little confused. After replying dryly, Chen Shi did not know what to say. After a long while, he then asked with a complicated expression, Zijin? Why are you here? Hearing this, Yu Zijin looked at him deeply then asked, Why don't you make a guess? Chen Shi did not reply immediately, because his feelings were very complicated. Take a guess. These 2 words were what he used to say to Yu Zijin. Heavenly Spiral did not have as rich a cultural and entertainment life as Earth, so when he was free, Chen Shi would hum a few pop songs for Yu Zijin. And every time Yu Zijin asked where he learned it from, Chen Shi would always reply with the words take a guess. But, wasn't the teleportation array destroyed? How did Zijin come to Earth? Chen Shi frowned as he tried to think of an answer. Yu Zijin was not in a hurry, and just looked at him with a smile, as if she wanted him to come up with an answer himself. If he really had to make an analogy, Chen Shi's current feelings were like when he was out shopping and suddenly saw a good friend who had died many years ago. That kind of feeling really made people feel a little complicated. If he had to use a word to describe the relationship between Chen Shi and Yu Zijin, then the word beauty was naturally the most appropriate. Beauty. It was known as the 4th type of relationship, dissociating from family, friendship, and love. It was the highest level of interaction between friends of the opposite sex, and also the most dangerous stage. This type of relationship was more dangerous, and if one was not careful, they would cross the red line. The result was either a lifetime or a stranger. After hundreds of years together, it would be a lie to say that they had no feelings for each other. Fortunately, the obsession in Chen Shi's heart did not disappear with the passage of time. Qin Ruoying was the other half of his life that he was searching for. Therefore, even though Chen Shi had lived in Heavenly Spiral for 500 years, when he found out that there was still hope for him to return, he resolutely chose to leave. He wanted to leave the world that didn't belong to him. From then on, they would never meet again, not knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses. Just like Shimorong's poem, Farewell, described it. I quietly retired. Forgive me for not saying goodbye. And in the deepest corner, trying to hide you. He could hide it from anyone and for any period of time. It was an unreachable distance. Chunxi's heart was in a mess. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. He had always been very clear about Yu Zijin's feelings for him. So when he faced Yu Zijin, Chunxi's feelings were always a little complicated. He didn't do anything wrong, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. He felt as if he owed someone something. Chunxi was slightly dazed. Yu Zijin didn't disturb him. She just stood in front of him, silently sizing him up. Chunxi wanted to open her mouth a few times, but after seeing her familiar eyes, she couldn't help but swallow the greeting that was already on the tip of her tongue. That gaze was very similar to the past. Meeting Yu Zijin was too sudden. So much so that Chunxi's mind went blank. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to heavenly spiral in the middle of the night, standing in front of Goddess Zijin, who had once fought side by side with him. Chunxi was all too familiar with this scene. Midnight dream? Wait, something didn't seem right. Chunxi was suddenly stunned. Then he suddenly raised his eyebrows, and his confused eyes immediately became clear and sharp. This was an illusion. He didn't break the array. Instead, he fell into a deeper layer of illusion. This array had found the deepest crack in his heart, layer by layer. First, it was Qin Ruoying and Ninian, who wanted to use his family to restrain him. When he thought that he had succeeded in breaking the formation and relaxed a little, he would then conjure up Yu Zijin, and use that to destroy his psychological defenses. No wonder Yu Zijin's reaction was a little strange. That was because although the illusory formation had found the gap in his heart, it was unable to understand more. That was why Yu Zijin was like a wooden person, and could only passively receive the information from him, and then respond to him with it. Scary, it was really scary. This array was really too strange. It could even dig out the deepest secret in his heart. Perhaps it was because she sensed Chunxi's strange behavior. At this moment, Yu Zijin suddenly laughed. Her face revealed a smile as pure as a young girl's. She asked mischievously, "Why? You can't guess? Do you want me to tell you? I can tell you, but you have to beg me. If you beg me, I'll tell you." The current her was very similar to the past. However, Chunxi only looked at her expressionlessly. At this moment, his heart was as still as water. The next moment, Chunxi, however, raised the Tianyan sword in her hand and directly pierced her chest. Yu Zijin lowered her head and looked at the long sword in Chunxi's hand. She was in disbelief. In an instant, shock, pain, anger, and grief flashed across her face. "Chunxi, why did you?" Yu Zijin seemed to want to say something, but Chunxi calmly pressed the long sword in his hand forward. The long sword pierced through Yu Zijin's body. At this time, Chunxi took a step forward and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry. With Zijin's talent, she should be at least at the insightful void stage now. Although you made me very angry, I still have to thank you. After all, you let me see her again. Although it was only once." At this point, Chunxi suddenly withdrew the long sword in his hand. As a stream of blood splattered, Yu Zijin's body slowly fell to the ground. As she fell, her figure became more and more blurry. Finally, she turned into crystal dust and disappeared in front of Chunxi. Everything returned to silence. A broken mirror suddenly appeared where Yu Zijin had been standing. That was the array core. The mirror was broken. This array that could see through one's heart had finally been broken by Chunxi. However, although the array was broken, Chunxi did not look happy at all. He raised his head and looked at the fog that was still surging above his head. After a long time, Chunxi finally let out a deep breath. Looking back at the broken mirror, he murmured in a low voice, "It's too late. I'm sorry." This apology was not for the mirror in front of him, but for Goddess Zijin, who was far away in heavenly spiral. "I'm sorry." Chapter 251. The illusion array was broken by Chunxi. Therefore, there was only a broken mirror left in this huge square. Chunxi looked around silently, but his expression was a bit more dignified. This place was too strange. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth had all appeared. So what should I do next? There was no stone path in this square. It seemed that this was the end. Chun-Shi looked around and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Only then did she set her eyes on the broken mirror on the ground. This mirror was not made of glass. Looking carefully, the material was somewhat similar to crystal. It seemed to be a pure and colorless transparent crystal. And just when Chun-Shi looked down and carefully studied the mirror fragments on the ground, the scattered mirror fragments suddenly had a magical change. Like snow meeting the sun, countless small mirror fragments suddenly began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if the snow melted, there had to be a process. But the scene in front of Chun-Shi was like pressing the fast-forward button when watching a video. The melting process became very short. In just a few seconds, the mirror fragments on the ground had turned into a pool of silver water. It looked a bit like tin, chromium, and other metals after melting. Seeing this, Chun-Shi immediately took a few steps back. And just as he stepped back, a strong light suddenly appeared in the pool of silver water. A light curtain suddenly rose from it and reached the sky. Array within an array? Looking at the changes in front of him, Chun-Shi couldn't help but frown. This 5 elements great array was strange enough on its own. Who would have thought that there would be another array within it? The pool of silver water in front of him. It was clearly the entrance to another array formation. After seeing the power of the earth array, Chun-Shi couldn't help but have a trace of vigilance in his heart. Who was the one who had set up such a marvelous large-scale formation? What was the purpose? With countless questions, Chun-Shi hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to step into the light curtain in front of him. Since he was already here, he might as well figure it out. After walking into the light curtain, Chun-Shi's line of sight was completely blocked by a strong light. However, the strong light disappeared quickly, and when the strong light faded, Chun-Shi found himself in a circular hall. This hall was very large. In terms of scale, it seemed to be larger than the bird's nest. The hall was spacious and grand. The closer to the center of the hall, the higher the dome. And in the center of the hall, there was a huge stone pillar supporting the dome. Because of this, the overall shape of the hall looked somewhat like an umbrella. Standing in the middle of the hall was like standing under a huge umbrella. Chun-Shi had just walked out of the light curtain and didn't have time to carefully examine the surrounding environment when a familiar voice rang in his ears. Mr. Chun. Chun-Shi looked and saw He Tiangang and the others sitting in a corner of the hall. However, the number of people was much smaller. The 4 professors were still there, as were Li Taidan and Xue Shujian. However, there were only a few people left in the Grandmaster Guards sent by Wu Lian. After the remaining 10 or so people saw Chun-Shi appear, their faces immediately showed extremely excited expressions. What are you guys doing? Chun-Shi came in front of them, and could not help but frown. Take He Tiangang, who had the highest martial cultivation, for example. He Tiangang did not look like a great grandmaster in the gang state. His beard was unkempt, his face was dirty, and his body was constantly emitting a foul smell. It looked like he had not bathed for a long time. His current appearance was somewhat similar to a homeless person on the street. Seeing Chun-Shi's puzzled look, the excitement on He Tiangang's face slowly disappeared. After that, a look of self-blame and regret appeared on his face. He could not help but sigh. Mr. Chun, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have thrown away the stone that you gave me. What's going on? We can't find a way out. We're trapped here. He Tiangang quickly explained the matter to Chun-Shi. It turned out that not long after the sun went down, the fog rose. Under He Tiangang's lead, the people cautiously tried to leave the oasis. However, no matter how they walked, they would eventually come to the giant tree. This situation should be the legendary ghostly wall. He Tiangang had no choice but to approach the giant tree and try to find clues from it. He did not expect that this would trigger the formation door and make a passage appear in front of them. What happened after that was similar to what happened to Chun-Shi. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He Tiangang and the others had a mission, so they naturally did not dare to act rashly in the face of all kinds of strange situations. However, for some reason along the way, although everyone knew that the things in the square were not to be touched, there were still people who could not control themselves and ran to touch those traps, thus losing their lives in vain. They kept moving forward in fear, until they came to the hall in front of them. The hall was not dangerous, but there were no doors or windows. It was like a prison, completely trapping them here. After listening to He Tiangong's explanation, Chunxi could not help but frown. Not to mention the metal, wood, water, and fire formations, just based on the earth formation at the end. How many people in this world could walk out alive with the exquisite layout of the formation within the formation? Chunxi thought that they had been wiped out long ago. Thinking of this, Chunxi could not help but ask in confusion, "How did you pass through the earth formation?" Hearing this, He Tiangang was stunned and asked in confusion, "Earth formation? What's an earth formation?" "An illusion formation, like a dream. It will make you lose yourself in the dream and unable to wake up." "You didn't encounter it?" "No." He Tiangang shook his head, as if he understood Chunxi's question. He then explained, "The earth formation you're talking about is the last square, right? There was nothing there, only a mirror. We couldn't find any other way, so in the end, we tried to break the mirror, but we didn't expect to come here." After listening to He Tiangong's description, Chunxi was silent. Directly skipping the earth formation? Based on the power of the earth formation, once they entered, there was absolutely no chance of survival for everyone present. Why didn't they trigger the earth formation? Could it be the earth formation only targeted immortal cultivators? Chunxi thought silently. He looked at He Tiangang, then at the rest of the people. Then he suddenly thought of a question, so he quickly asked, "How long have you been here?" Hearing this, He Tiangang could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head, sighing. "It's been more than a month. We only brought 2 months' worth of rations. If we can't find a way out, I'm afraid we'll starve to death here." More than a month? Because he was too shocked, Chunxi's face immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. He had not lost his composure like this for a long time. How long had it been since He Tiangang threw the stone, then entered the formation and found the hall? It had only been a few hours. How could more than a month have passed? The flow of time in this place, could it be the same as Tianxian? Chapter 252. A year on Earth was equivalent to 100 years on Heavenly Spiral. How long had it been since He Tiangang and the others entered the formation? How could more than a month have passed? Although he was very confused, Chunxi quickly regained his composure. They didn't notice anything unusual. After all, when it came to time, it was obviously not a problem that ordinary cultivators could solve. Perhaps only the legendary immortal emperors would be able to see through the true meaning behind it. If that was the case, then this palace. Could it be that this was an excellent place for cultivation? Just like the House of Mind in Dragon Ball, a year in the outside world was only a day inside. A cultivation place like this was close to being a bug in the system. The flow of time in different places in the universe was different. In Einstein's theory of relativity, it was believed that time and space were related. When combined together, they would form a four-dimensional space-time coordinate and participate in the process of physical changes. A typical example could be given. For example, the greater the mass of an object, the slower the time around it would become. This was demonstrated very directly in Interstellar. Because it was close to a black hole, the male and female protagonists stayed on a planet full of water for a few hours. However, the crew members on the spaceship had already stayed on the spaceship for 23 years. When the male and female protagonists returned to the spaceship and met the crew members again, the crew members had already become white-haired old men. The reason why the flow of time on Heavenly Spiral was different from that of Earth was obviously because the mass of Heavenly Spiral was much greater than that of Earth. However, this palace was on Earth. So what was the reason for the flow of time in this palace to be different from that of the outside world? Chunxi was only at the soul formation stage. He hadn't even comprehended the void. Naturally, it was impossible for him to comprehend the true meaning of time. Therefore, after frowning and thinking for a while, he decisively threw this inexplicable phenomenon to the back of his mind. The most important thing now was to find a way to leave this palace. As for the rest, he would think about it later. Thinking of this, Chunxi couldn't help but look up at the dome. There were circles of strange patterns on the dome. It was as if a large net was hanging in the sky. He looked down at his feet. The floor of the palace looked dark and shiny. The material seemed to be obsidian. The floor was not flat because there were many protruding lines on it. They looked similar to the lines on the dome. In the large hall, the white dome and black floor actually presented a different kind of beauty due to the similarity of the veined patterns. Apart from the giant stone pillar that supported the dome, there was nothing else in the hall. Chun-Shi circled the stone pillar, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. So in front of everyone's surprised eyes, he jumped up and flew directly to the dome. Seeing this, He Tiangang couldn't help but smile. He clenched his fists and shouted excitedly, "We're saved!" Hearing this, the Wu Lian people were all overjoyed. The person in front of him was a legendary celestial. He must have a way to get them out of this damned place. Li Taidan and Xue Shuzhen had been by Chun-Shi's side for a few days now. When they saw Chun-Shi suddenly reveal such an inhuman side, they were shocked. Their eyes were wide open, and they couldn't say a word. Mr. Chen could fly? Could he be Superman? The people below were very excited, but after Chun-Shi flew to the dome, he couldn't help but frown. There was no light source in the hall, but it was still as bright as day. There wasn't even a shadow. Standing in the hall was like standing under a shadowless lamp. There wasn't even a shadow to be seen. The light source seemed to be on the dome. Chun-Shi took a closer look and found that the material of the dome was somewhat like stone, but it had a faint metallic luster. It looked similar to the stone tablet at the entrance that was engraved with the words warding off evil and sealing demons. Chun-Shi reached out his right hand and was about to touch the dome. However, the moment his palm touched the dome, the originally solemn hall suddenly shook violently. Chun-Shi was shocked and quickly retreated a few meters. Then he realized that the movement was coming from the stone pillar that supported the dome. The stone pillar kept shaking, and a strong force seemed to be breaking out of it. Seeing this, Chun-Shi immediately shouted to the people below, "Be careful!" Just as he finished speaking, like a fragmented grenade exploding in the hall, the giant stone pillar that supported the dome suddenly broke apart and turned into countless pieces that shot out in all directions. Chun-Shi's figure suddenly disappeared in the air. When he reappeared, he was already in front of He Tiangang and the others. He held the sword with both hands and placed the Tianyan sword in front of his chest. A light shield suddenly rose and protected He Tiangang and the others. The giant stone pillar was at least 10 meters in diameter. Now that it suddenly exploded, thousands of pieces shot out in all directions in the hall, and there was a continuous crackling sound. If Chun-Shi wasn't here, He Tiangang and the others would have been turned into a sieve by the flying pieces of stone, and there wouldn't even be a corpse left. The explosion soon subsided, and the pieces of the stone pillar were spread all over the floor. After Chun-Shi removed the light shield, He Tiangang and the others carefully began to look around. The explosion just now was very fierce, but there wasn't even a scratch on the walls of the hall. From this, it could be seen how sturdy the hall was. The giant stone pillar that supported the dome turned into rubble, and at this moment, a pillar of light suddenly shot down from the dome. The pillar of light replaced the original stone pillar. Seeing this, Chun-Shi suddenly stabbed the Tianyan sword into the ground. A light shield rose again, enveloping He Tiangang and the others. "All of you stay here, don't move." After instructing everyone, Chun-Shi walked out of the light shield. Like sunlight peeking through the gaps in the clouds, the pillar of light was golden, and it faintly emitted a strong pressure. The pillar of light grew brighter and brighter. Everyone quickly averted their gazes. There was no way they could open their eyes in such a strong light. At this moment, Chun-Shi sharply noticed that a black shadow had appeared in the strong light. Roar! Following an earth-shattering roar, a snake-like thing suddenly pounced out of the pillar of light, heading straight for Chun-Shi. Seeing this, Chun-Shi immediately grasped the air, and a new celestial sword Dharma appeared in his hand. As soon as the celestial sword Dharma was formed, Chun-Shi held the long sword in his hand and directly slashed at the black shadow. A sword hidden in the air. The green sword radiance suddenly burst out. Like a long river hanging upside down, it swept up surging true core energy and rushed into the sky, straight into the clouds. Roar! The black shadow let out a loud roar, and then collided with the sword radiance. Invisible energy waves exploded from the center of the collision, and instantly set off a strong windstorm in the hall. At this moment, Chun-Shi saw the black shadow clearly. It was actually a dragon. It wasn't a winged four-legged lizard in Western myths and legends, but a divine dragon that represented Huaxia's spiritual culture. A creature that only existed in myths and legends had now appeared in front of Chen Shi's eyes. Chapter 253. Arya Wings said, "The dragon is the head of the scaled insect. It has 9 shapes. The head is like a camel, the horns are like a deer, the eyes are like a rabbit, the ears are like a cow, the neck is like a snake, the belly is like a snake, the scales are like a carp, the claws are like an eagle, the palms are like a tiger. There are 81 scales on its back, and it has the number of 99 suns. Its voice is like a copper plate, there is a beard beside its mouth, a pearl under its chin, and a reverse scale under its throat. There is a mountain on its head, also known as the ruler of wood. The dragon cannot fly without a ruler of wood. It can form clouds with its breath, and it can change into water and fire. But what is strange is that the appearance of this dragon is still somewhat different from the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon is obviously golden, but the dragon in front of Chen Shi is dark green. Or this is an azure dragon? This azure dragon's body is about 30 meters long, and it seems to be bigger than the giant python in the Berserk Python disaster. It arches its body and floats in the air, and the dark green scales are at least the size of a palm. Looking carefully, the scales seem to be shining with an indescribable luster, which can be called flowing light and colorful. Dragons are a symbol of auspiciousness, but its appearance is definitely not cute, and it even looks a little ferocious. When this azure dragon stares at Chen Shi with its golden vertical pupils, its eyes suddenly become like a human's, suddenly with a bit of fierceness. In this regard, Chen Shi did not have much reaction, but the group of people behind him were frightened. Among them, a few of the less resolute ones were so frightened that they fell to the ground. This is a living dragon. After the azure dragon flew out of the light pillar, it immediately roared at Chen Shi. The hidden dragon has fallen asleep, and its roar moves thousands of mountains. Seeing that the azure dragon was about to pounce, Chen Shi raised his hand and slashed. However, this azure dragon did not dodge. When the sword hit its body, it was immediately like a water arrow hitting its body, and was immediately scattered by the dragon scales. The azure dragon did not seem to expect that this little bug would dare to provoke its majesty, so it immediately roared. Following that, it danced in the air and pounced on Chen Shi, who was on the ground. It waved its gigantic body and slammed down like a giant wave. Seeing this, Chen Shi couldn't help but frown. Could it be? Was he going to slay a dragon today? Seeing this azure dragon charging over menacingly, Chen Shi naturally could not sit still and wait for death. No matter what it was, he would beat it into submission first. Thus, Chen Shi immediately held the Tianyan sword in front of his chest. The tip of the sword suddenly shone brightly, releasing a burst of golden light. It was as bright as the sun, instantly illuminating the entire palace. Condensed the will as the spirit, and the spirit as the sword. The 8 extremities boundless expanse was the so-called Earth Sword. 49 forms of heavenly divination, sword technique chapter. He Tiangang and the others hid behind the shield that Chen Shi had set up for them. When they saw what was happening in front of them, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. After Chen Shi slashed out with his sword, a burst of golden light shone brightly. The blinding light made it impossible for them to look directly at it, so they could only cover their eyes in pain. There was no word that could describe the sharpness of this sword. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth in half. Chen Shi stood proudly with his sword in hand. The azure dragon's figure was no longer in his eyes, only a golden sword light that pierced through the heavens and earth. Then the blue wave and the golden light collided violently. Roar! Following the azure dragon's roar, the entire palace began to shake violently. The stone pillars that were scattered all over the ground were now completely turned into fine powder under the impact of wave after wave of force. They were reduced to dust that could not even be seen by the naked eye. One move of the human sword was enough to wipe out a mountain, not to mention that Chen Shi had just used the earth sword. But strangely, in the face of such a powerful impact, although the palace was shaking violently, the surrounding walls were not damaged at all. Not even a small crack appeared. When the golden light dissipated, other than the huge stone pillar that supported the dome, only a thick layer of dust was left on the obsidian floor. Everything seemed to be as good as new. As for the Azure Dragon, it was actually not affected at all. The Azure Dragon's speed was very fast. As soon as Chun-Shi slashed out with the Earth Sword, it had already arrived in front of Chun-Shi. Chun-Shi didn't even have time to slash out a second time before the Azure Dragon bared its fangs and claws and bit towards Chun-Shi. Seeing this, Chun-Shi's body suddenly glowed with golden light. He used his true chi to form a shield and prepared to take the Azure Dragon's attack head-on. But at this time, the Azure Dragon's figure directly passed through his body. Passed through. Chun-Shi was stunned, because at this time, he realized that the Azure Dragon was not real. It was just an illusion. No, it's wrong to call it an illusion because it clearly received his attack just now. Chun-Shi raised his eyebrows and was about to turn around and slash again. But at this time, the Azure Dragon had already passed through the shield he set up for He Tiangang and crashed into He Tiangong's body. Although He Tiangang was a great master in the Alcade state, but to be honest, the Alcade state was only equivalent to a cultivator in the Qi refining stage. A battle of this level was obviously beyond He Tiangong's understanding. Therefore, He Tiangong's mind was blank. He didn't even have time to react. He could only watch as the 30-meter-long Azure Dragon drilled into his body. Yes, the Azure Dragon drilled into his body. The Azure Dragon's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had completely entered He Tiangong's body. Because this scene was so shocking, He Tiangang couldn't come back to his senses at all, until the Azure Dragon's figure disappeared from the hall and completely entered his body. He Tiangang still had a blank expression on his face. He Tiangang raised his hand and wanted to touch his chest. But at this time, a painful expression suddenly flashed across his face, and then he suddenly closed his eyes. Soon He Tiangang opened his eyes again. But when he opened his eyes again, He Tiangong's eyes had turned into a pair of golden vertical pupils. They looked like the eyes of the Azure Dragon just now. At first glance, it was obvious that they were not eyes that a normal human could have. How dare you, evil creature! Seeing this scene, Chun-Shi couldn't help but fly into a rage. Because he finally understood. He had been fooled. No wonder the stone tablet at the entrance of the formation was engraved with the words, "Seal evil and repel demons." Could it be that the formation was suppressing this Azure Dragon? But this Azure Dragon was clearly just a remnant soul. It was only because his divine soul was damaged that Chun-Shi didn't notice the abnormality at first. Looking at He Tiangong's current appearance, it was obvious that this Azure Dragon had taken over his body. Seeing this, Chun-Shi immediately let go of the long sword, and then suddenly clasped his hands in front of his chest. Since this Azure Dragon was just a remnant soul, he would destroy its divine soul today. 49 Styles of Heavenly Divination, Spell Section. Chapter 254. Possession? When Chun-Shi saw what was happening to He Tiangang, he immediately flew into a rage. After letting out an angry grunt, Chun-Shi suddenly clasped his hands together in front of his chest. Then, he slowly pulled his palms apart. A golden light suddenly appeared between Chun-Shi's palms. As he slowly pulled his palms apart, the golden light became brighter and brighter. In the end, it was as if Chun-Shi was holding the sun in his hands. The dazzling light that seeped through the gaps between his fingers was so blinding that it was impossible to look at it directly. The golden light in Chun-Shi's hands grew even brighter. But in the eyes of the Wu Lian people. But they didn't see anything. This was because Evil Vanquisher was an attack on the soul. They were not immortal cultivators, so they naturally could not sense the fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy. However, although the others could not see it, the Azure Dragon in front of them clearly knew what was good for it. He Tiangang could be considered to have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. This Azure Dragon had probably been suppressed for too long, so as soon as it was released, it wanted to find a body to possess. It was not that the Azure Dragon was not interested in Chun-Shi, but the strength that Chun-Shi displayed just now was too strong. The Azure Dragon did not have absolute confidence, so it could only settle for the next best thing. Among everyone present, apart from Chun-Shi, He Tiangong's cultivation level was the highest. Naturally, he became the Azure Dragon's first target for possession. Because the difference in cultivation level between the two was too great, the Azure Dragon immediately seized control of He Tiangong's body as soon as it entered. After He Tiangong's body was possessed, His eyeballs immediately underwent a huge change. The pair of golden vertical pupils that originally belonged to the azure dragon appeared in He Tiangong's eye sockets, giving off a very strange feeling. Upon closer inspection, this pair of eyes that did not belong to a human seemed to faintly shine with an indescribable cold light. At this moment, Chunxi suddenly flipped his palm and pushed forward. The white sun flame immediately released a boundless pressure. It was like a spear filled with killing intent, and it instantly blasted towards He Tiangang. Seeing this, He Tiangong's eyes couldn't help but tremble. The vertical pupils in his eye sockets strangely shrank, completely turning into fine lines. But then his pupils suddenly widened, and there were two balls of red flames that kept pulsating in them. Then He Tiangang opened his mouth and let out a roar at Chunxi that did not sound like a human at all. Roar! Following the roar, the two flames suddenly turned into two crimson dragons. A mighty fire tornado suddenly gushed out from He Tiangong's eyes, sweeping towards Chunxi. The golden light and the crimson flame collided violently. In an instant, like a cannonball hitting an armory, a shocking explosion occurred in the hall. The air seemed to be ignited by the raging flames, and the raging flames filled the entire space. However, this was a battle on the level of the spirit, so to outsiders, it was as if nothing had happened. Chunxi's spirit was damaged and could not directly use divine telekinesis to fight. But after such a long time of accumulation, his cultivation had mostly recovered, so the power of Evil Vanquisher was naturally far greater than before. However, what Chunxi did not expect was that his Evil Vanquisher, which he had used all his strength to unleash, was still blocked by the flames spewing out from He Tiangong's eyes. It was obvious how strong the remnant soul of this azure dragon was. Although Wu Lian and the others couldn't see what Chunxi and He Tiangang were doing, a battle of spirits of this level, just the spiritual storm created by the collision was enough to give them a splitting headache. Naturally, they couldn't pay attention to what was happening around them. Iron Egg Li and Xue Shuzhen were professional soldiers with strong willpower, but even so, they bitterly held on for about 5 seconds before their eyes rolled back, and they completely fainted. If even they were in such a state, there was no need to mention an ordinary person like Professor He, who had no foundation in cultivation. Seeing their companions collapse one after another, the remaining neutralizing grandmasters gritted their teeth and held on for about 10 seconds before collapsing to the ground one after another. Only 2 people remained standing in the hall. In contrast to Chunxi's calm and collected appearance, He Tiangong's condition was clearly much worse. Not only was his face pale, but his forehead was also covered in sweat. His tired appearance made him look like an athlete who had just finished a round of a marathon. After all, the Azure Dragon had just successfully taken over this body. This level of exhaustion was naturally a bit too much for it to bear. So when it saw Chunxi acting as if nothing had happened, the Azure Dragon's heart immediately trembled. It couldn't help but use He Tiangong's body to speak. "You are very strong. I have no grudge with you. Let me leave. I will remember your kindness." His accent was very strange. He sounded like a foreigner. It was just a short sentence, but it took a lot of effort to speak. Obviously, the Azure Dragon hadn't gotten used to this body yet and couldn't control it skillfully. Hearing this, Chunxi looked at him deeply, then replied with a serious face, "I can let you go, but the premise is you have to leave his body." No. Hearing that Chunxi wanted it to leave He Tiangong's body, the Azure Dragon immediately replied, "Without a body, I can't leave here." "Okay, then there's nothing to talk about." Chunxi shrugged indifferently, then said with a regretful expression, "I brought him here. You took over his body right in front of me. And now you want to leave safely like nothing happened? Let me tell you, there's no such thing as a cheap deal in this world." After hearing Chunxi's words, He Tiangong's expression immediately became uncertain, as if he was thinking. But Chunxi didn't intend to give him too much time to think. Although He Tiangong's body was occupied by the Azure Dragon, his consciousness obviously couldn't be swallowed by the Azure Dragon so quickly. So as long as the Azure Dragon's remnant soul was driven out of He Tiangong's body, then He Tiangang could still be saved. If time dragged on and the Azure Dragon completely merged with this body, even a golden immortal couldn't do anything. Seeing that the Azure Dragon still didn't answer, Chunxi decisively spread out his hands, and 2 dazzling lights lit up in his palms again. Since Evil Punisher couldn't destroy it, then he could try another move. Anyway, he had plenty of tricks up his sleeves. Seeing that Chen-Shi seemed to want to fight again, the Azure Dragon immediately cowered, so it quickly said, "Wait! I have an idea." Hearing this, Chen-Shi immediately retracted his hands and asked, "What idea?" "You help me. Open the channel. After the channel is open, I'll come out from his body. Then you cover me and leave." "Okay." Chen-Shi pondered for a moment, so he readily agreed to the Azure Dragon's request. There was no exit in this hall, and the 4 walls were incomparably hard. Presumably, only the Azure Dragon knew how to get out. Since that was the case, there was no harm in cooperating. He helped the Azure Dragon escape, and the Azure Dragon left He Tiangong's body. Chapter 255. The man and the dragon quickly reached a consensus. After that, Chen-Shi learned the way to leave the hall from He Tiangang. The hall was like a sealed jar, and the only way out was above the dome. In the center of the dome, where the light beam came from, there was a crystal-like thing. As long as Chen-Shi flew up and took the crystal, they could leave this place. It sounded very simple, so Chen-Shi flew directly to the dome according to what the Azure Dragon said, and found a crystal in the center of the dome. It was a hexagonal rhombus-shaped crystal, and its size was about the same as the crystal trophy used in award ceremonies. Chen-Shi tried to dig at the crystal with his hand, but to his surprise, the crystal was easily removed. The moment Chen-Shi removed the crystal, it was as if there was a huge earthquake outside, causing the entire hall to shake violently. Chen-Shi looked down and found that several cracks suddenly appeared on the walls around the hall. It was not right to call them cracks, because these cracks were very neat, as if they could have been separated. Under Chen-Shi's slightly surprised gaze, the hall bloomed like a lotus in summer. The ground turned into a lotus pod. The walls turned into petals, and bloomed in front of Chen-Shi. The arc-shaped walls fell out one by one at a very fast speed, but they did not make any sound when they fell. The wind and snow that filled the sky suddenly came. Chen-Shi looked up and found that he was now in an observatory, and the spirit fog that covered the sky and the moon had disappeared. Everything happened very quickly. The moment the cracks appeared on the walls of the hall, He Tiangang suddenly showed a look of ecstasy. Almost without any hesitation, just as the wall cracked to reveal a gap big enough for an adult to leave, the Azure Dragon controlled He Tiangong's body and jumped out of the hall. Run! As for the agreement between it and Chen-Shi, it was originally the Azure Dragon's stalling tactic. In fact, the Azure Dragon had never thought of leaving He Tiangong's body. After all, the heaven-defying act of seizing another's body was not without restrictions. This time, in order to seize He Tiangong's body, the Azure Dragon had already paid a great price. Therefore, Chen-Shi wanted it to obediently leave He Tiangong's body and look for a new body to seize. In the Azure Dragon's eyes, this was simply wishful thinking. With only a strand of remnant soul left, it could be said to be a rootless duckweed. Now that it had finally found a place to stay, the Azure Dragon naturally would not give up so easily. Although this body was still too weak at the moment, as long as it was given enough time, the Azure Dragon was confident that it could transform it into its original body. The little abacus in Azure Dragon's heart rang loudly, but it missed the most important point. That was, it did not have a correct understanding of Chen-Shi's cultivation. Therefore, as soon as He Tiangang moved, Chen-Shi, who was flying in the air, lowered his head and looked at He Tiangang's fleeing figure. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Since you're going back on your word, don't blame me for being merciless. Chen-Shi spread out his hands, and the vital essence in his body surged. Immediately, 2 balls of light appeared in his palms. Then Chen-Shi held the 2 balls of light and quickly gestured in front of his chest. Suddenly he slammed his palms toward He Tianggang's back. 49 Forms of Heavenly Divination, Soul Dao Chapter. Tai Suppression, 3 Qis as 1 Soul Catcher. Soul Catcher was slightly different from Evil Vanquisher, because Soul Catcher was a pure spiritual attack. Chen-Shi's spiritual injury was very serious, so the moment he forcefully used Soul Catcher, his face flushed red. This move could be said to hurt the enemy 1,000 times, but hurt himself 800 times. However, the Azure Dragon had gone back on its word first, so today, Qinshi was determined to destroy its soul. No matter what kind of position it had in Chinese culture, in short, today, the proud dragon has no regrets. Perhaps sensing the pressure coming from behind, He Tiangang stepped on the snow and quickly leaped out. At the same time, he did not forget to look back. When he saw the golden light in Chen-Shi's hands, He Tiangang suddenly stopped. Then he turned toward Chen-Shi and let out a resounding dragon roar. Roar! The roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon was mighty and continuous. The Azure Dragon probably knew that today's matter could not be settled peacefully. Therefore, after this deep roar sounded from afar, the shadow of an Azure Dragon suddenly appeared behind He Tiangang. The hidden dragon sleeps, and its roar shakes thousands of mountains. The shadow of the Azure Dragon coiled in the air. At the same time that Chen-Shi slammed his palms, the shadow of the Azure Dragon soared into the air with a monstrous force. Like a giant python pouncing on its prey, it opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward Chen-Shi. At this moment, Chen-Shi seemed to see the shadow of great-granduncle in it. It was a very familiar scene, but Chen-Shi did not have time to think about it, because the soul catcher had been released. Like a descendant shooting down the sun, 2 light arrows shot out from Chen-Shi's hands, directly toward the shadow of the Azure Dragon that was pouncing toward him. And at the moment when the light arrows and the shadow of the Azure Dragon collided in the air, the whole scene between heaven and earth seemed to be frozen. Snow fluttered in the snowy mountains. Under the sparse moonlight, the wind and snow filled the sky. The light arrows shot in from the dragon's head. After a flash, they pierced through the entire shadow of the Azure Dragon, and directly entered He Tiangang's body. The resounding dragon roar sounded again, but this time it did not come from He Tiangang's mouth. Instead, it came from the shadow of the Azure Dragon. As if it had suffered a huge injury, the shadow of the Azure Dragon trembled violently. Then it curled up into a circle in the air, raised its head and roared angrily toward the sky. Formless sound waves continuously sounded from the mouth of the Azure Dragon. Circle after circle, they spread in all directions. At the same time, He Tiangang, who was on the ground, stared with his slightly ferocious golden vertical pupils. There was a trace of disbelief on his face. However, the surprise on his face did not last long. After a few breaths of time, He Tiangang suddenly closed his eyes under the expressionless gaze of Chen-Shi, and then fell into the thick snow. At this time, the shadow of the Azure Dragon in the air, like a group of disturbed fireflies, suddenly turned into specks of starlight and disappeared in the wind and snow. The soul was destroyed. This Azure Dragon that only existed in myths and legends was mercilessly obliterated by Chen-Shi. Everything returned to silence. Only the sound of the wind was left between heaven and earth. After looking at the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand thoughtfully, Chen-Shi looked down at the hall below. Chapter 256. Chen-Shi flew in the air, and looked down at the scenery below. The thick spirit fog had dissipated, so his field of vision was wide open. After carefully observing his surroundings, Chen-Shi found that he was now on a snowy mountain not far from the Siala mountain pass. In other words, although the formation entrance was in the oasis, the formation core was the unknown snowy mountain next to it. The walls around the hall were not closed, like an open-air camp. The dark ground was in stark contrast to the surrounding white snow. The wind and snow were too strong, and the temperature was at least -60°C. Therefore, in just a few minutes, Wu Lian and the others lying on the ground were covered with a thin layer of snow. Chen-Shi estimated that they would not wake up for a while, so he moved the survivors to the temporary laboratory in the oasis. After settling the group of people, Chen-Shi flew back to the spacious hall, and began to carefully study the rhombus-shaped crystal in his hand. This rhombus-shaped crystal was transparent, and a faint purple mist constantly rose in the middle. Chen-Shi held his breath and silently felt the cold feeling coming from the crystal. But after studying it for a while, he still could not detect any signs of energy fluctuations from it. It was as if it was just an ordinary piece of natural crystal. But that was obviously impossible. If the hall was the cage that imprisoned the Azure Dragon, then this crystal was obviously the key. It was just that Chen-Shi did not know how to use this key. The flow of time in the hall was different from the outside world, So this kind of cultivation place was undoubtedly very attractive to the current Chen Shi. If he had the key to the hall, then he could come here to cultivate when he had nothing to do. A cultivation place comparable to Tianxian. How could Chen Shi not be tempted? Thinking of this, Chen Shi could not help but show a trace of annoyance on his face. If he had known, he would not have hit so hard. The Azure Dragon didn't keep its word. Chen Shi was worried that He Tiangong's soul would be devoured by the Azure Dragon if it dragged on. So he decisively killed him. Now that he thought about it, it was quite a pity. The main hall was obviously a cage used to suppress the Azure Dragon. Although they did not know how long it had been imprisoned here, judging from the Azure Dragon's behavior just now, it clearly had a certain degree of understanding of this main hall. However, it was too late to say anything now. He had already killed the Azure Dragon, so Chen Shi could only slowly explore the secrets of the hall. After pondering for a while, Chen Shi began pouring his true essence into the crystal. When the true essence flowed into the crystal, the dense purple qi in the crystal began to surge. There's hope. Seeing this, Chen Shi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He began to madly pour his qi into the crystal. The surging true essence continued to flow into the crystal, and the dense purple qi inside immediately began to revolve. As the dense purple gas spun faster and faster, a faint purple vortex gradually formed in the crystal like a glass of water being shaken. After that, Chen Shi held the crystal and looked at the main hall expectantly. However, he waited for a while, but there was no movement in the main hall. Is it scrapped? Chen Shi frowned and muttered to himself. Only then did he fly into the main hall and look at the surroundings with some regret. Before the main hall was unsealed, it was like a flower bud that had not bloomed. After Chen Shi plucked the crystal, the lotus began to bloom. With the base of the main hall as the center, the walls fell back one by one and split into 16 petals. The shape of each side was quite similar to the petals of the lotus. This shape, it did not look like the 9 lotus seats under the gods. Chen Shi came to one of the walls and began to touch and knock on it, trying to find some useful clues. However, after studying for a while, he did not find anything strange, so he had to give up helplessly. This main hall was probably the same as the formation, which was a one-time use, so there was no way to restore it after it was activated. What a pity! Chen Shi flew to the top of the main hall against the wind and snow. After reluctantly looking back at the black lotus blooming on the top of the snow mountain, he was about to leave with some regret. However, at the moment he turned around, Chen Shi suddenly remembered a sentence that the Azure Dragon once said. Without a body, I can't leave here. Without a body, there was no way to leave here. Once this place was opened, the wind would blow on all sides. How could he not get out? Thinking of this, Chen Shi could not help but raise his eyebrows. He immediately turned around and flew into the main hall. Then he sat cross-legged on the obsidian floor. After setting up a defensive formation, he began to try to let his soul out of his body. Soul out of the body. For Chen Shi, whose soul had been damaged, this was actually a very dangerous thing to do. If he was not careful, his soul might be destroyed, leaving only an empty shell without a soul. It was difficult for Chen Shi to even use his divine sense, let alone his soul out of his body. Therefore, just as he was about to leave his body, he immediately suffered a backlash. His face could not help but turn pale. Chen Shi had no choice but to temporarily stop this dangerous behavior, and then silently adjust his breathing. Danger always accompanied opportunity. This cultivation place was extremely tempting to Chen Shi, so he did not want to give it up. Therefore, after a simple adjustment, Chen Shi began to try again. Bit by bit, he let his soul out of his body. The shape of the soul was not fixed. Although the Azure Dragon had been imprisoned for a long time, its soul had always maintained the appearance of its original body. From this, one could see the strength of the Azure Dragon's soul. Because Chen Shi's soul was damaged, his soul looked like a weak flame. It was so weak that it could be extinguished by the wind at any time. When the flame flew out from between Chen Shi's eyebrows, Chen Shi entered a mysterious state. He didn't need eyes or ears, but he could clearly see everything around him. Even how a snowflake fell from the sky and how many times it spun in the air, Chen Shi was very clear. This was the so-called divine sense. It was a type of perception that transcended the 5 senses. It was like a radar, and even the rustling of grass in the wind could not escape his divine sense. After his soul left his body, Chun-Shi, who had turned into a flame, carefully approached the edge of the hall. And just as Chun-Shi's soul was about to float out of the hall, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. Sure enough, although the hall was still in the shape of a lotus platform, when Chun-Shi's soul approached the edge of the lotus platform, circles of strange light patterns immediately appeared around him. Looking carefully, the light patterns were exactly the same as the patterns carved on the dome. Looking at the ground, the protruding lines on the obsidian floor were also strangely glowing at this moment. In an instant, the sky and the ground were full of light patterns. Like two large nets, Chun-Shi was firmly trapped in the center of the hall. Inescapable net.